Uh, I hope everyone brought the new year in with much grace, enjoyment, and clarity about what you'd like to do in this year, because I want to talk about what is going to happen this year. So, I want to say thank you to everyone and your support for 2020. It was a great year uh, as my uh, following grew and on the different platforms, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Your support has been greatly appreciated. So thank you. And as you know, at Straight Talk, we talk about those things that are sometimes discussed, and we take a very counterintuitive or provocative approach to it. And then we discuss those things that are rarely discussed, rarely talked about. And sometimes they are provocative, and you get pushback, and people get upset, and they don't like things that can sound politically incorrect. And that surely has happened. On Blog Talk, we've had some conversations that would be considered politically incorrect, and I guess you get what you call pushback and upsets and all of those things. And as you see, I stepped in here at 7:30 instead of my traditional 7 o'clock. I was behind. Got a very late start to the day, so I was behind on a few things. So I apologize if I am not my normal time. I will remain 7 o'clock going forward in the future. Alexander, good to see you. Thanks. Yes, 7:30. I normally come in at 7. I was just a little behind today, so I pushed it back just a little bit so that so I would have time to do all the things that I do. Happy New Year to everyone. Thanks for joining. See you, Alexander, of you. Good to see you here. Happy New Year to you all. The suit from yesterday. You want me to go put on a suit? Is that a request that I should always have on my jacket? I shouldn't look like I just came out of the gym today. I can put the suit back on. That's easy to do. Lots of them. Is that a request? Put the suit on. Am I showing too much arm? There'll be no SmackDown or what do you call it? MMA. Not doing that. Not today. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Sundays have been more of a kind of laid back. Monday through Friday for sure. I always have on a suit. And you guys know on Fridays I do YouTube and chill, where the conversations get very intimate and we talk about sex and love and challenges from the intimate perspective of relationships. And here on Straight Talk, well, we have really straight talk about relationships, about social challenges, business. And today may be sort of a combination of some business, because it's going to be difficult to have this conversation without discussing business. And of course, it will include relationships and marriages. The question is, what will happen to love relationships in 2021? Have women gotten the message? Have women learned? And we've got a pandemic that has struck the entire planet. And it's moved some things around, perhaps leveled the playing field. 900,000 women voluntarily left the workforce. So those jobs will have to be filled. So if mostly mothers with women who have children are primarily the ones who left the workforce. There are some who left because of health concerns, but you have your children at home, they're not in school, and even women who are married with children, who's going to stay home? Generally, it's the mother. So has the pandemic leveled the playing field and caused us to go back to some of these traditional values? And women have claimed they want a traditional man. So maybe the pandemic has split the Red Sea and allowed men to walk back into those traditional roles. So I want to get your thoughts on what you think will happen in 2020. So, I had thoughts about this. Marriage rates in the United States are at historical lows. They started recording marriage rates in 1865, and right as 2019, 2020, the rates have dropped so low that they're lower than they've ever been since they've been recorded, since 1865. And a lot of men have walked away. You guys know MGTOW, red pill, black pill, cisbim, incel, ibmore. There are all kinds of, you could say movements, but you guys know there is a mindset that men have taken on and drawn a line in the sand and said, hey, we're no longer going to tolerate the behavior of women, and women are saying, well, you guys need to have better jobs, except if you have 51% of the workforce filled with women, those women have displaced men. And a lot of women believe they have those jobs because they outperformed men. And it's not that, it's that they've had all these hire women only programs where you get departments that may have had 50 men and 10 women. Now it has 50 women and 10 men, or 60 women and 0 men. And that has happened. And as one of the things that has happened, you guys have heard me talk about, is productivity. The workplace productivity has dropped. Women don't put in the hours. There are some jobs women do well. So women are demanding men have these great paying jobs, and at the same time, they want those jobs. So where do we put the men? 51% of the workforce women. What if we go to 60, 70% women, 90% women? Where do we put the men? In homeless shelters? What does our society do with men? And every society has been built. Civilization has been built by men. The roads, the mining, the extracting of natural resources, oil, iron ore, water, the shipping industry, fishing industry, auto. With automation, it makes it easier for women to come in. But men have been the pioneers and forged ahead when it was dangerous, and those industries were deadly. Steel industry, and that's not even counting the military. So if men have done all the work to build up a society and it's stable, and then women demand a seat at the table, and it's pushing men out, well, women are saying they don't want to marry those guys. Capital, man. Money comes with responsibility, and men understand that. Men bring home the bacon, and his wife can be unemployed. He will marry her. He will take care of the wife and children. When you give that same money, the capital, to women, they do not want the responsibility of taking care of a man and children. They will be dismissive and disrespectful to the man. So women are not willing to take on the same responsibilities that men have taken on. And that's what we've been watching over the past several decades. So with men walking away, women saying they don't want to marry men who make less than them or who are unemployed, what's going to happen? 900,000 women left the workforce in 2020 because of the pandemic. So those jobs will be filled. But guys, there are several ways we can look at this as a let's suppose. But do you think women have learned? Do you think women will look at men differently because of the pandemic. Do you think women will have a new respect? Because if you look at a year ago, the beginning of 2020, the conversations were about impeaching Trump, and Me Too was all over the place. Men were being crucified from Me Too. And once the pandemic hit, it was like a vicious storm that shut down the Me Too movement, and you didn't even hear anything about impeaching the president. So did the pandemic cause women to reevaluate their need for men? Because with the pandemic, they were talking about possible shortages in food supply, where our society could become dangerous, where people are actually fighting for resources, food being number one. People possibly being evicted, women knowing they have children and they're too young to leave home. So have women taken on a new respect for men? And the quality of relationships are down. Couples will shack up longer before marrying. Women are holding out for a possible better man. Okay. I can see that, and that's probably been the case for a while. What's going on, country boy? Good evening. I see. What's up? Thanks for joining. So, do you think the pandemic will have changed the minds of women? Are women going to see men as being more valuable? I mean, when they were talking about possible food shortages, women stopped talking about Me Too. Like, it just disappeared. Not even swept under the carpet. It just died on the vine. And priorities in the country changed. People were dying. Even though the percentages are low, what is it, like 1% die from the pandemic? But I hear it's an uncomfortable experience to go through it. So is it chaos or mayhem where life-threatening incidents occur and women then seek the safety and protection of men? Is that what it takes to level the playing field? I mean, perhaps we have been here before. In the 1920s, they call those women flappers. That means they were slutty. They were having a good time in the 20s. When that stock market crashed in 1929, and in the 30s, instead of women being this, good time girl, times became difficult and women found themselves a husband. Yeah, people need to wake up. Yeah. So in the 1930s, women, instead of having those short skirts, they were not mini skirts, but they damn sure were short. You can look at any of those. Just Google flappers, and you'll see these women dressed kind of sexy, especially for that time. And if you look at how women dressed in 1915 to 1918, even maybe to 1920, conservative, dresses down to the ankle. And within a few years in the 20s, those women had those skirts up above the knee, and they were partying. Good times, roaring 20s. When that market crashed, women found themselves a husband. So in tough times, it seems women have no problem leaning on men. And we've, aside from a civil war or revolutionary war in the U.S., we've been lucky to not have wars hit the shores of the U.S. like in Europe and in other countries who've been attacked. We've taken wars to other places: Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq. I mean, I would assume most women, if war hit the shores of the U.S., they're not going to be screaming, "I'm independent, leave me alone, and I don't need a man." So, do you guys think the pandemic has caused women to reevaluate us? Do you think women will have a greater appreciation for the role men play in society? And do you think relationships will be changed? And yes, I see there are women who are, the quality of relationships are down. Couples will shack up. So do you think people will go back to being committed and wanting to raise children in a two-family household? Uh, does that mean women have to leave the workplace and men take the jobs once again, the way this country was built, where men go out, they earn the money? And look, there are jobs where women can do better. There's some manufacturing. There are some executive assistants where men would prefer to have a woman who is she's going to submit, you could say, in some way to her boss, her male boss, and she's going to be organized, and she's going to be a helpmate. She's going to support him. So, do you think we will go back to that? Do you think that will change the quality of relationships? And no one really, we can speculate all day long about the pandemic and when it may end or what's really happening with it. But no one has a crystal ball. So we don't know. And even though we're talking a vaccine, we're still not out of the woods, so to speak. And I see, Country Boy, how can you win my red pill knowledge? So, and that's the other thing. So have men seen much too much from women, and you're just never going to want to go back? So people say the pussy plantation, where you have to protect and serve the woman, and she's the prize, and she just says she doesn't have a role, and she'll marry you. And if she's has irreconcilable differences, she doesn't know how to resolve conflict, and she just says, "I want out," and takes half your stuff. So does that mean men will permanently stay away from relationships? Like, does it matter if women say, "Hey, we want to do right by men. We want to be traditional women"? If women said that, guys, are you going to be open to that? Or if women said they want to be traditional, will you be open to that? Or do you need to see women make a mass exodus out of the workplace? So you guys know I always take calls here. The phone number is 323-642-1387, 323-642-1387. And if you'd like to join in on YouTube, let me know. I'll drop the link in there. And matter of fact, I'll drop the link in there now. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about where relationships can go. Where are men with this? If there are women listening, we'd like to hear your perspective. Are women so fixated on having their degree and having their own money that they don't even care unless the man makes significantly more? We call hypergamy. So now, and if there are women out there who are comfortable marrying an unemployed man or marrying a man who makes significantly less than them, I'd like to hear from those women. So I'm going to take my first caller at area code 870-870. You're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, Ted. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you feeling? Thanks for calling in.
Oh, I'm doing good. Happy New Year to you.
Hey, thank you. Happy New Year to you also, man. Did you bring it in good?
Oh, yes, sir. As always. You know me, I'm one of your favorite, your regular.
All right, perfect. Hey, SW, thanks for joining. Yeah, we're talking about what will happen to love relationships in 2021. Since marriage rates are at historical lows over the past 2 years, lower than they've ever been in recorded history in the U.S., and they started recording them in 1865. Does that mean men have permanently walked away from committed relationships, especially ones that go to marriage? What would women have to do for men to come back, or is this just like men are just permanently gone? Do women have a chance? And women are claiming that, well, there are men who don't make enough money for them. The women want men who work more. Yet women are, the more women you put in the workforce, the more men you push out of the workforce. So I'm not sure if women understand that. And I had this conversation over the weekend, how women, I asked women, well, why do you need your own money? And they said, well, my husband can die or he can divorce me. Well, divorce, that's really a lie, because over 70% of divorces are initiated by women, not by men. Men are not the ones giving up and walking out. It's women who are walking away, and they have incentive because they can walk away with half. So SW, say it's a wrap, in your opinion. Nothing to gain, everything to lose, especially the children. Yeah, see, that's my concern also, that men have just turned their backs on it. The court systems have been unjust with women, and women are no longer being taught how to be wives. They're taught to go get your money, get your job, and you can marry, except if he doesn't do right, you have an exit strategy. You can make your own money. And women don't even want to pay bills. They want men to pay for everything. And it's like, well, what are you going to? What are you going to? I mean, you ask the women, what are you going to do with your money? And they really have no end game. It's nothing except just an exit strategy. So where is the incentive for men to go into marriage and take care of an adult female who wants her own money and has incentive to leave and take half? So, Kendrick, what do you think? What will happen to love relationships in 2021?
Well, for me personally, I believe, Ted, like me and you have discussed in the past, I believe that what's going to happen is the men who can afford it, they're gonna start looking for love over in the east somewhere, far east. And what's going to happen here in the West is you're going to get a lot of the so-called leftover men going to end up with those women that claim that there ain't enough men out here in the first place, Ted. Because the men that's waking up, they not going to deal with it.
Okay.
And I'm woke, so it ain't that you out here looking for no what you call it, the street turn, some loose street boot or something like that. Nah, man, to me, we not doing it, Ted. We not doing it. We trying to procreate. We trying to have a seed to leave back, a legacy, something to pass down to you.
And so you don't. Why do you think the Middle East?
Not just specifically the Middle Eastern countries in particular. But I could be wrong, because, I done heard a couple of social men talking about I need to go down to South America, to Colombia, and a couple other places down there too. So it ain't just, the Middle East per se, but in other foreign countries, yes sir, I done seen black dudes in particular, they had a better successful love life in that area.
Okay. So you think, and you said the guys who are the top earners will have their choice of women in the U.S.
Yes, sir. They
And,
got what you call it, easy picking. That's what they call it.
well, do you think they are still interested in women in the U.S.?
Maybe a small percentage of the top earners are.
So you think
That's a
marriage
small
is
percentage in that way.
so? We talk about outsourcing manufacturing to India and China and Mexico. So are you saying that men are going to outsource marriage to a foreign country? They're going to they're going to look for producing a family production in a foreign country.
I believe that's exactly what we did.
Interesting. Okay.
Cause if you notice, it's like how many of us out here? Like I forget the ratio did, but there's a lot of single men in America, and I forget the ratio. But now, when you talk about single black men that
With no
that
children.
don't even have kids, yes sir, I think it's over 50% of us.
Yeah,
without kids, the single black men in America.
It's about 54% now.
That's what I figured. But now, as far as the men as a whole in America that's single and not dealing with women, period, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to get the whole number. But I forget what the status quo is on that.
Okay. So you think?
I don't think these men trying to be single. I think they just, I think they looking elsewhere.
Well, what about all these women who had to leave the workplace because they have children?
What do you mean?
900,000 women left the workplace voluntarily. They quit their jobs. What's up, Lando? Good to see you. 900,000. That's almost 1 million women. And although a lot of those women were single mothers, a lot of them also were married mothers, and the children have to be home. So the husband continues going to work, and the wife stayed home with the children. So she left. She quit her job. And some women quit their jobs because they didn't want to. They saw it as dangerous, the pandemic. They didn't want to take the risk. They didn't want to risk infecting their children or other family members. So, or they just were concerned about their own lives. So they quit. That's a lot of women to leave the workforce.
I agree.
So what do you think those women are going to do? I mean, I guess, they'll be looking for a stimulus check. But the stimulus checks are not designed for you to have a lavish lifestyle. That's minimum. I guess the government will give them welfare. But do you think those women who are accustomed to working now want to live off welfare? Do you think they are going to all of a sudden change their mind about men and all of a sudden be cooperative, loving wives?
Some of them, yes. And then you got the percentage of those you just talked about. They gonna be stubborn as the old billy goat. They ain't gonna change to you. They just stuck in their way. But now some of them, I have heard stories of some of those women that you talking about. That they, in order to find them a partner, they just, they buckle down and try to put themselves in a submissive feminine role.
Okay.
Find them a husband. But for the majority, no, sir, that's not the case.
Interesting. So, Alexander, good question. He asked if a woman can learn to love a man, even if it was first just for the money. So that's I'll tell you a woman I met. So when I lived in Mexico, Acapulco, Mexico, I met a married woman in my gym, and She married a Canadian guy, and she expressed her dissatisfaction with her husband. And this woman she was just gorgeous. She had a beautiful body. She was just a gorgeous, very, very pretty Mexican woman. Not the kind of woman you think of when you think of Mexican women. She was very pretty. And she was married, dissatisfied with her Canadian husband, and she was looking to basically monkey branch to, she told me she was 27 at the time. And she said she was looking for a wealthy man. And she said, I have to do it before I get too old. So I've got to find a man before I start gaining weight. And, I lose my window to find this man. So in Latin America, women understand that there's a wall. And what she said is, I might not love him at first, but I could learn to. And what she said to me next was, she said, I know I can do it because my mother did it. Her mother married a wealthy man. She didn't love the man. She married him for the money. She stayed in the marriage. She didn't divorce. And she told me that her mother said she eventually learned to love the man. So now that's just one story I'm telling you, Alexander. And this woman was pretty. I'm going to assume her mother was gorgeous also.
So in other words, you tell me that lady, she learned to love that dude.
That's what she said about her mother, right?
About her also, right? If I heard your story right. So did she ever find her a rich dude too?
I left Mexico, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I lived there. I lived there for almost 2 years, but yeah, that's just what she and I sat down and we were just talking, and that's what she told me, that she was looking for a wealthy man to marry before she got too old. So she knew time was running out for her. So she was looking to jump out of her existing marriage because apparently her Canadian husband, he wasn't wealthy. So she wasn't satisfied. So she needed something better. So she was going to monkey branch. Let me bring in another caller. Area code 310. 310, you're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
West Coast Red. Red's calling from Atlanta via Los Angeles.
What's going on, Red?
How you doing, gentlemen?
What's going on? Happy New Year, Reg.
Same to you, player.
All right. Thank you. So what do you think of this topic? What will happen to love relationships in 2021? And guys, click the like as you come in, share the video, and bring others into this. And that's Alexander. Yes, obviously sign a prenup for sure, a solid one. But it's a good question.
Love relationships benefit the woman because a woman doesn't really get in a relationship for love, especially a serious one. She's looking at the long-term effects, and her loving or being in love, however you want to call it, it doesn't benefit her being in love with him. It only benefits him being in love with her. Just like that Mexican girl.
Go ahead.
That Mexican girl was saying. Yeah, she's looking for a guy with resources, a millionaire guy and to her, because that's what she needs is for security,
right?
And to secure his resources. If he's emotionally caught up in her, then if he's loving her, then she knows she has everything. She has everything. She knows this, okay, and she also knows that by her being caught up in him, she's not going to win. So she's not going to allow that to happen. That's just how it works. And as far as relationships go, I think it's something you said before. I think as far as that, I think a lot of guys have woken up to female nature, and and they understand a lot more than they did before. So I forgot what the question was, but I think as far as that part, men are going to be looking at it totally different. They're probably going to oscillate. They're really smart. They're going to be looking at it like women do. How does this benefit me? I mean, men want to have children. Women want to have children. Or, and as far as like, when a woman, I don't care what they say, unless they just so broken and damaged that they can't really, I mean, I still don't really know, but relationships and marriage really only benefit a woman, by nature. That's, as long as he's fulfilling a need, that provider protection type of shit, she'll stay in it until she can secure what she needs to secure, and she can bounce via Dr. Dre, Tyrese, well, I mean, you can just name all of these alpha dog, high, what they call them, high profile.
Masculinity.
Well, no, high profile, what's the Kevin said? High quality, you mean, or whatever.
High value.
All these
High value.
all these high value, all high value men getting dumped. Okay, so it's not about being. I mean, it's about being high value, but they want high value so they can secure some resources or security. So
right,
but men, I believe.
Go ahead. You believe men?
I believe men have woken up and they understand. So as far as except for the sin, this more or less, some guys like, they love the idea of being in love, whatever. You know what I mean? So, with that, there's going to be a percentage. There's always going to be a percentage of self. But the guys that, with their eyes wide open, they understand that love, in the big picture, love ain't got shit to do with it. I mean, why would you want to get in a relationship, a committed relationship, or have children that don't belong to you? Marry a woman that don't belong to you. She doesn't belong with you. Whether you marry her or not, she doesn't belong to you. She's not yours. Even your children are not yours. Your bitch belongs to the system. And if she belongs to the system, the children that comes out of her belong to the system. As soon as you get that Social Security number. So, and as soon as you say I do and get married, or even have a kid with her, now you legally connected. So, they can get some resources from you. So, I mean, any same guy that really understands the game, and I don't fault the broads. A parasite's gonna be a parasite, but you got to understand, she doesn't love you, and if she does, and if she's emotionally caught up with you, it's all temporary. It's a temporary thing. It's a temporary thing. If she's sexually attracted to you, it's a temporary thing. My whole thing is to get all that you can get while the getting is good, and don't commit yourself legally or get yourself caught up in any situation, entanglement where you're gonna have to deal with the system, because it's all a game. It's all a game.
Someone said, I've yet to meet a woman who actually loves the dude she's with.
I don't question.
Well, do they really? They love. What? To really be honest with you, gentlemen, right? It's really very simple. If she loves you, if she's willing to compromise and invest and sacrifice for your ass, that's what you're gonna find out.
Well,
but then again, that's all subject to change. Because if she's compromising and sacrificing for you, she's investing in you. That works out sometimes in a lot of relationships, but sometimes it doesn't. And somebody ends up taking the L. So either it's gonna be him or her. And women don't like taking L's. They get real predictive. They can just go out. Hell, you could have dumped her ass 5 years ago, and then she see you doing good, and go and say, hey, 5 years ago he raped me, he sexually abused me or whatever, and they're gonna come get you. So you always, the game's fucked up. Somebody fucked the game up.
So what if? So I had a conversation over the weekend, and the question was, should women leave the workforce? Because
I saw that.
Oh, you?
I saw that there. And I saw that question. I saw some of the answers too, and my answer is yes and no, because they need to be able to work because they don't want to take care of their sorry asses no more. See, men have discovered exactly how these bitches view them. Okay, I mean, you could have a kid with this woman, 2 or 3 kids with this woman, and y'all connected, but this bitch ready to go.
Reg, this was kind of the point. Women say that, so if we say women are hypergamous, right? They're looking for a man with resources. They want to have children. They might love the man in the beginning, except what she's really looking for is a guy who's going to bring home money and provide a safe place for her to have children and raise them. And that's what she wants. The challenge is this. Before the pandemic, 51% of the workforce was made up of women. That means you pushed a whole bunch of men out of the workforce. So the men you wanted to marry because they had the jobs, the women are now taking them, and there's no proof. Actually, there's proof that women are less productive in many of most of those jobs. So as a nation, we're losing. As a nation, we're losing. And second, the men that you would have married are now unemployed, or they have lower paying jobs, and you won't date them because they make the same or less than you. So if women, when you ask women, well, will you leave the workforce so you can have this man and you want to be hypergamous? Okay. Why do you need your own money? And the only thing you heard is, well, if he dies, and I said, well, get a life insurance policy. Well, what if he divorces me? Well, over 70% of divorces are initiated by women. So it's not men that are leaving. So why do you need money? Why do you need your own money?
Okay, so the crazy thing is, what if he divorces me? So what if men say, hey, I don't want to get married because what if she divorces me? You see what I'm saying? It's all about, it's all about, them. What I'm trying to tell you is they're not thinking about, oh, I love this man and I want him to be happy. My dream is just to, my happiness is making him happy. You understand what I'm saying? They're looking at it from a purely subjective way, where they're looking for all the benefits for them, for them to come out on top. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I do. But what I was getting at is if they've displaced men, then if women actually want marriage, is the best thing to do, and for most of them to get out of the workforce. Now, there are some jobs that women do better, and so we should keep women in those jobs. But for the majority, that's not the case. Women don't want to put in the hours. They don't want they don't want the aggression. Remember, I showed that movie Patterns, and it showed how aggressive men were back in the 50s. Women don't like that kind of environment, and for men, that's comfortable for us.
It's commonplace, right? But see, my whole thing is that women should be no firemen, no cops, no politicians, no political fucking positions at all. They need to go back to the standard, housewife, domestic this, or I want to say customer service kind of type of job. But hell, technology is taking over that shit. So, technology has screwed up the dating for men, and now technology is taking away a lot of those customer service jobs that those women are supposed to be good at, but a bunch of them are really not, because they just don't have the attitude or the skill for that.
Right.
That's normally the BAW. But like I said before, okay, they can work, because they're gonna have to work because they don't want to take care of it. This is a gyno system. As long as that system is in place, that family court and this is and the child, all of that shit is in place. Them hoes need to work. A guy would be a fool to have a woman sitting at home. Okay.
Well, I heard
you a slave.
that.
Now again, like I said, if this was traditional times, like the 50s, back then and before feminism and equal rights and all that shit, then I can say it's a little, that's fine. But you would have to be. With all So with all this information and knowing this how pergamous these hoes are, and they whores. They whores a resource. They don't look at. Hell. When a prostitute look at a trick, she looking at gaining resources. She ain't looking like, ooh, he turns me on. I'm looking for this wonderful, passionate experience, and she's looking for survival. I can't fault nobody for looking out for number one. So I don't fault the whores. I know they whores.
So then what? So and someone put up a good comment. A female with too much time on her hands is guaranteed trouble. So, should men? Reg, hold up, Reg. So should men have some sort of plan or vision for putting his woman to work? Not a job, but putting her to work for him.
No. She needs to be bringing in some tangent. Y'all, listen here. A lot of the guys I know cook better than they fucking wives and can cook, can clean this. So if you got two people that's working as a unit and you got kids or whatever, y'all can work as a unit, as a partner team. Of course, it's his job to lead and it's her job to do. It's his job to lead and it's her job to please. Okay, so he's leading. She's doing he's filling his role and she's filling her role. And as a unit, they're prospering. You got the head, which is him. You got the ass, which is her. And the ass needs to be following the head. Unless you want shit real shitty.
Well, interesting because I had a conversation, I think it was yesterday, and a woman who works in the military, her and her husband work in the military, and they were at the same rank or level, and they made the same amount of money. And when the husband was saying, "Hey, look, I need you to listen to me," she said, "Why do I have to listen to you? We make the same amount of money." She was bucking hard.
Cut that bitch.
Well, hold, Reg, slow down, Reg, slow down. When she said on his birthday, she asked him, "What would you like?" He said, "I only want one thing. I want you to let me lead from now on." And that's it. So she said she was shocked by that. And this woman made a smart move. She got out of the workforce. I think she's still doing something part-time. So her husband makes significantly more. And she now gets out of the way. From what she's saying, she got out of her own way and she let him lead. And she stopped saying we make the same and you can't tell me what to do. See, Reg, here's the other part of the problem. And we talked about this. She said her father taught her, don't ever let a man lead you. You're side by side. And her husband said what you said. Her husband said, you never let the ass lead the head. I'm the head and you're the ass. And she said she wasn't understanding it, but then it hit her. But it took her a little while to finally get it. So she turned herself around. But part of it was the major part, she said two things. Her father told her, don't let a man lead you. And if you make as much money as him, you don't have to lead him. You don't have to be led by him. You're side by side as his equal. And she said she kept saying that.
Oh,
well, he should have been dropping some of them that heavy ass equal responsibility on her ass, and she'd have got the fucking message. Everybody equal until some of that real life heavy, that real life shit kick in, that financial, that responsibility that, you know, that a lot of women look for that slave, I call him a slave, that provider, you know.
Right.
You don't want to be that provider.
They don't want to pay 50-50. They don't want to do, they want the man that, and a lot of women were saying, look, the man should pay 100% of the bills. And I asked, well, what are you going to do with your money? Like, what's the benefit of having a woman who works then?
What's the benefit? Yeah. You spend mine and save yours. Okay. Well, if you get laid off or something, then I have some money set up, you know, until you get back on your. Yeah, right, bitch. Okay. I get the picture. Yeah. To be honest with you, I mean, you know.
Well, and Rich, I asked
these guys.
I asked the question. I said, women have no end game and no plan. They just have money.
They don't.
And I said, and I asked one of the women, do you know who makes the majority of the consumer purchases? And she was like, I'm sure you're going to tell me. I said, 77% is women. You're not saving your money. You're not doing anything constructive. You're not building communities. You're not investing. And it was like, they didn't even have a clue what was happening. They just said, I have my own money. But see, and this is my point, Reg. Women don't want to see capitalism comes with responsibility. And capitalism itself isn't bad, because before there was in the United States, you had people going to Europe and Africa and Asia and buying and selling goods and services. So you had to have some system of trade, which is capitalism. So it's been there for a long time. The deal is, once you have the capital, you have to invest back in the business. And a man is going to look for he's going to look for a woman, and he's going to have children. He's going to take care of them. That's what he's going to do with capital. He's going to do responsible things. Women don't want the responsibility that comes with capital. They just want the capital, and then they want to shop, and they don't care about anything else. And that's a problem.
Okay.
So they haven't figured out what you were saying, giving them equal responsibility. They don't want that. What were you saying, Kendrick?
No, they want.
Wait, Kendrick. What were you going to say, Kendrick?
I was gonna say this just real quick. Why I saying like them dudes you talking about, the old fathers sound like they self-sabotaging their daughters not to being submissive to their husband or their main kid.
This is a problem, and men need to talk about that also.
Cause I caught on to what you were saying. Cause I'm noticing it even particularly with the younger girls now.
Their fathers are feminists, teaching them to be feminist.
That's bad.
But they don't see it. If you ask their fathers, "Are you a feminist?" Some of them might say yes, but a lot of them will say no. Some will say, "Well, no, I'm not for feminism." Except you're teaching your daughter to be a feminist, because you're not teaching your daughter how to cooperate. You're not teaching her how to even find a husband. And what you're setting your daughter up for is failure. And that's why I'm asking these questions. So, you know, what's going to happen with relationships in 2021? And fathers are not helping their daughters to understand how to find a guy who's compatible for her and how to be cooperative with him. They're just teaching you're his equal and you're side by side and you don't have to listen to him. So, and imagine if her daddy tells her, she's going to believe my daddy is the gospel, and I'm going to trust my father before I trust you.
But that father could have misinformation, though, T.
The father could just be a fucking simp, okay, or just fucked up.
Right,
but you know, the thing about it is, like, hey, I don't have no daughter, I have a son, luckily. But if I had, right, and even if I had, like, you know, her boyfriend or something, if I saw my daughter get out of pocket with her, I'm gonna check both of them, her for doing that shit, and for him allowing that shit to happen. And if he go check her ass in front of me, I'm gonna be like John Wayne and McClintock. I'm gonna give him a belt to whoop her ass with, and sit back, smoke his cigar, and watch that shit. And I say that's how you handle a bitch. That's how you handle a bitch, okay? And her mama will be sitting right there watching too. Yeah, complaining. I'll be like, "Shut up, bitch." So you get your ass upstairs. So because I know your pussy probably wet too. I got a belt for you too, bitch. Okay, that's how I'm serious. That's how the shit need to get back to. Yeah, because about respect. And I'm gonna tell her, he working, you working. Y'all fucking team. If you want to be with him, you need to be an asset. You need to be a full asset in his life. And he need to be a full asset in yours. Fuck this social programming.
Instead of somebody being a liability.
Mm-hmm. I tell him too. Hey, you fucking my daughter's a liability, son. You got a future. Leave her ass alone.
Ouch.
I tell him. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Well, Reg, your daughter's only a liability because you raised her to be one.
Okay, then my fault. Me and my wife felt her ass, and I don't want our failure to fall on you.
Interesting.
You got a future. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's actually what's happening with a lot of women, and they're getting older every year, a little older, and further away, they're becoming less undesirable. So it is because so many women left the workforce last year. Are they going to reevaluate men? Do you think women are going to put a new value on men because the pandemic caused women to voluntarily leave the workforce? Hey, someone's got background noise.
Oh, that's me. That's me trying to open up my
I
got my keys in my hand. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to open up my door.
All right. So women have left the workforce voluntarily, and maybe they are going to maybe I'm saying, or that's the question. Do you think they are going to put a new value on men and see why, instead of them saying, I don't need a man, I have my own money? Do you think those very same, hey Reg, go on mute, Reg. Or do you think those very same women are going to say, I value a man and I'm willing to cooperate? Do you think 900,000 women leaving the workforce will change the way women cooperate with men?
I don't know, T.
Well, I would say they might want to, but since men know the truth of exactly how they see them, men might look at them totally different now. I keep trying to tell you, these men is happy because pussy ain't no problem getting. If you got a little bit about you, you can get you some ass. But now if you want to try and get you, if you're about a chick and you're looking to get some status broad to validate your manhood, then you're gonna have a problem. Or if you wanna have a family, which I've already stated don't belong to you, legally your kids, you had a responsibility for their ass, but the court is going to tell you what to do with them.
Unless you uproot and root in another country, Reg.
Right, yep.
You're going to have to take uproot in another country.
That's my whole point. And these guys, if you don't already know that them kids don't belong to you, you just the buck, whether you're a white dude or a black dude or whoever, in a gynocentric society with the government trying to control, you just a sperm donor.
That's it.
You just a slave. You get all the responsibilities, financial responsibility. We'll take your money, and we'll give you these crumbs. Hell, and they're talking about, well, you can get custody and visitation, whatever you want to call that shit. She can still act a fool. They're not going to take the kids from her because they need the money. So basically, the government is the pimp. You the simp, you the trick, and your broad is the whore. His whore. I think what that is. He just sitting back, you know. He needs you to breed with her, then he can start, you know, a resource. Your sperm. What guys need to understand, and they need to understand. I mean, if you understand this and you know this, and you still going there, you know, and you trying to water down all them walls and these bitches and shit, then you deserve you deserve the pain that's coming to you. I mean, because it's sitting right in front of you. I mean, the truth has been exposed. If you too simple to accept it, you know,
don't laugh, Red. Cause we sure got some blue pill dude. I sure they try to laugh.
Hell yeah. Talking about, hey, when you find a bitch talking about, I'm looking for a man that I can love. I ask bitches all the time that, I'm ready for love. I said, when you gonna start dishing that shit out? she looked at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, yeah, bitch. When you gonna start dishing that love out?
So that's
looking at you like
so,
they act like they all confused and shit.
So someone asked the question. He said, but getting back to the subject, which was love, does anyone actually believe that she loves him or tolerates him?
I don't know. Hey, she gonna tolerate. Well, hell, she ain't gotta tolerate him because once she gets secured, it's about him tolerating her ass because he ain't got no. Either he gonna take this type of fucking pain or you gonna take that other type of pain. Anyway, pick your poison. Pick your fucking poison. Hey, if you want to see your kids and this and this and that, or if you don't want to have to give up half your pension, or you don't want to get hit with alimony and child support, this and this is how this shit is gonna go down. Okay, and I want a side boyfriend.
Oh no, that ain't finna happen.
Why it ain't gonna happen? Because why wouldn't it happen? Because if you say no, what's gonna happen to you? See what I'm trying to tell you? You're not holding no power.
She can
leave and still come up. She's not gonna lose. So I'm trying to tell you. So why would
me?
Well,
I ain't dealing with him, Reed.
Hey, I'm just telling you that kind of shit. That's a motherfucker being cucked, bro.
Yes,
okay.
So and me and you on the same page.
So I'm just saying that I'm not about to be in no situation and shit where I don't have control and I'm not holding the power. Okay, I'm not. That's not happening. That's not happening. So if some guy is willing to go down that route just to
for me.
So Reg, how do you have power and control then?
In a relationship?
Yes.
In a committed relationship?
Yes.
Okay. She has to invest in you, and that's how you have control. The one who's mostly invested, she has to be the one. The shit fall apart. She gonna have to take the L. That's how that shit works.
What is that? What do you mean? I know I'm supposed to understand. What do you mean?
Okay, she's gotta be equally invested, and if shit goes south, things gonna be fucked up for her.
Well, how does that happen? Lay that out. Give me an example.
She's the breadwinner by a large sum. She got more tangible assets to lose.
Do you know what women say? So one, they don't want to marry a guy who earns less. That's one. Two.
Okay.
Whoa, Reg. If she earns as much or more, she'll in her mind she will tell herself she doesn't have to respect you.
Okay, well, fine. Then,
So I'm asking, how do you have control? Because if she's the breadwinner, then she feels like she's in control, not you.
okay, well then, get make your money, enjoy your life, get you some pussy, go have your kids overseas, and be happy. Let the shit fall apart.
Yes,
Walk. Let the shit fall apart. They the one gonna be losing. Right now, if men just if just fucking 30% of the men just walked away and let this, man, that'd be enough. You ain't even need that'd be enough to have shit so fucking shook up. And yet.
How long do you think that will take?
A good 2 or 3 weeks.
No, man, that's gonna take fucking about 48 hours. They be so fucking shook.
Oh, okay.
It ain't gonna take that long. Oh yeah, it's that long. They be like, oh shit. What we gonna do?
What you mean? What you gonna do?
Oh,
you wouldn't think about that.
I mean, no. See, you always understand. At that point in time, shit gonna be kind of getting a little fucked up, and they already looking at it. They wondering this. Now they just thinking about potentially. It's like like you said, they what you say, Ted? They manufacture shit in their mind.
Right.
Yeah. They'll be mad. Oh, yeah. All that worry, all that shit down, they were thinking, oh, this and that. Yeah. That shit ain't gonna even take long. Ain't gonna take so long. Ain't gonna take long. And then you just tell them, hey, go call the government. Let the government take care of you, motherfucker. Let the government take care of you, hoes.
You're too late.
Hey, what's going on, Silent Lamont, Nelly Nell? Happy New Year's, guys. Good to see you in here. So, Reg, you were talking about being in control. So someone said, bottom line, in my opinion, men must be hard on women. That's all she'll actually respect. They do not appreciate kindness or consideration. A friendly, considerate man is a turnoff.
Yeah, and he'll get ate up out here now, T. That's like throwing a sheep to the flock. Kind, considerate, sensitive man. Them days over with, T.
Hey, you know what the crazy thing about it is? When a man marry a woman, for the most part, he marrying her because why do men get married?
Because they want their children to inherit their legacy, which means most men should never get married.
Okay, that's one reason, and the other reason is check it out. If you're a man with resources, right, the guys that he want, right? If you're a guy with resources, that means that you have options, right?
Right.
So
exactly.
So if you decide to get married, either this woman, you see her as the mother of your kids, or out of all the women in the world, this is the one that you actually love. Okay. So a man marries for love and to have a family or just love the chick. Women don't operate that way. They can't afford to.
Well, there's another reason men get married. If they want to move up the corporate ladder in businesses, they generally promote up guys who are married. They see them as more stable, consistent. They're not going to be playing around, and they'll have a consistent home. They'll have to come home to. They'll have a consistent place to come home to, and technically a wife who should support him so that she'll take care of some things that a single man will have to do on his own. So, So they're really looking for that guy who's going to be stable and not jumping around from job to job because he has a family. He's stable, and the other guys traditionally have wives, and they do things together sometimes where the wives are together. So, and maybe the thing that no one will say, the last thing they want to do is have a guy at the top who's single and he's banging all the other wives.
and that's nasty.
Well, I don't look at like I don't look at it like that.
No, Reg, that's a
understand.
fact though. It's that in corporate America
Yeah,
they do.
I know.
You even if you don't see it that
I
way, that's a reason a man would get married. You asked why would he get married? I'm telling you.
Well, that's why I think you might have had only one single president. I think only one guy was single.
I think it was two.
Was a single president.
I think it was two of them.
Okay. So no. But I mean, hey, if he ain't got no distractions, then he can be focused in on a job. I mean, a family and a wife is a distraction. So, I mean, that she being a distraction. I mean, you in corporate America, you trying to get shit done, and you coming home, and then she causing drama. She ain't playing her role. You know, you got kids probably with the kids. Now that's gonna take away from your focus with the company.
Well,
but if you don't have that, then you can.
Reg, at some point in the interview, Reg, they want to meet your wife. When you get up to a certain level, they want to meet the wife, because if they think she's not a team player, that you may have a more difficult time moving up, because like you said, she'll end up being a distraction. So they do. I had a client that was part of the interview, and when they met his wife, they hired him right after that.
Let me ask you gentlemen something real quick. Something that just had occurred to me, kid. Now, back to what you were talking about with the wives thing and that one man messing with, how would you think that'll benefit some of these dudes with these bigamy laws, that these bigamy laws wasn't on the books right now?
What are you asking about bigamy?
Yes, sir. With some of these dudes, the so-called high value, them dudes, what would you think the situation would look like right now?
You talking about
bigamy laws wasn't on the books?
You talking about going to polygamy?
Yes, sir. And with the bigamy laws that's in effect right now, if they were to make the bigamist laws null and void, what would you think it would look like out here? As far as the polygamy style marriage.
There may be more women in polygamous marriages.
Or would it be more dudes in polygamous marriage?
Well,
I'm not sure I understand it. You're gonna have men and women, right?
One's polygamous and one is polyamorous. One is polygamous and one is polyamory or something like that.
No, but
so one is like.
I said women because more women would accept the fact that they're not the only woman in a man's life.
But wouldn't the dude still benefit as well?
He could. I mean, if it could be, if it's not a distraction. Yeah, I mean that could happen. There people talk about pros and cons of that. So, I don't know. Culturally, we'd have a difficult time. You'd need a transition period. So maybe what could happen is a woman who knows how to be married to one of those high-level executives may say, I'll be okay with you having one other woman, and she cannot be a distraction kind of thing. So I could see that could possibly happen.
Yeah, that's what I was going with it, because right now they catch you as far as state-wise. That's considered bigamy, right? If you married in two opposite different states.
Right. People. Most of those guys who are at that level, they don't make those kind of mistakes. Now, I do know a CEO. I know him personally. Big publicly traded company. He was married for a while, and he was opening offices up overseas. And I don't know how his wife found out that he was seeing two women overseas, bought one a house and bought the other one a car. And she went after him so hard and reported it to all the newspapers and media that the board of directors said, yo, this is too much negative publicity. you can't be CEO, they dropped him down to another position and put another CEO in place. So, so that this is what I'm saying. Culturally, it's not accepted, and that's an example of what happens to a guy who tries to have another woman and his woman doesn't accept it. Not only did she ruin his, mess up his career, she was reporting she wanted $20 million and she went after him hard. So she messed with his career.
Wow.
So you see what I'm saying? By culturally, we're not set up for that. But
Wow,
if we were, then she wouldn't have gone after him like that. So
either the law of the land wouldn't allow her to come after that dude like that, right?
No, that right. He would have been right. He would have been protected. ASW, thank you for the super chat, man. Men must accept a woman's nature. They want to be controlled, not respected. Just speaking from my experience. That's why I say so much about putting boundaries. Women will respect boundaries. And if you don't, it's like Reggie, you were saying, a woman will manufacture thoughts. If you don't provide, listen, I've said this before. If you look at a woman as water, and water can be all over the place, and you look at a man as a container, you just have to be a strong enough container, because if you're a container made of paper, she's going to eat right through you and then be all over the place. But if you put in firm boundaries and you speak to her in a way that it's no nonsense, and yes, you can care for her and all that, but you need to be clear about where the boundaries are, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, and you need to hold her to that. That's like being a very firm, you could be made of gold, or just if it's steel, she'll rust you out. So, but if you're made of porcelain, you have a better chance of survival.
But I'm ironclad.
Yeah, water can rust. Water can rust iron, though.
But in those situations, you need to be able to put your foot down to you.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And stand on what you stand on.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Because if not, you're going to get ran over, man. Be about what you say and mean what you say and say what you mean. That's what I was taught.
Hey, what's going on, Legato? It's good to see you. Hey, Nelly Nell. So true in her mind, override, justify actions. Maybe I forgot what I was saying, Nelly Nell. What do you mean, won't that change, though, Ted, with less people getting married and more single women working in those spaces? Are you talking about in executive spaces? Or I think you're saying, so if we start putting more women in executive positions, well, let me tell you, Nelly, now, so I do a lot of work with CEOs, and I've done these CEO roundtables, and these are for companies you have to have between $100 million and $3 billion in revenues. And all of the women, all of the white women are married. The black women were not. They were single.
Why does that not? Wait a minute. You talking about all the white women, all the black women that were CEOs?
They were all. Yep. And these were not little companies. They didn't. These are not the women who created. They're not the founders. Someone hired them as what you call a professional manager, meaning she had to work her way up in some corporation, and then they hired her to come work and run this firm. And they were married. And I was having lunch with one woman, and she said that she feels bad because her direct reports, they come in the office around 7:30. And she gets there much later because she wants to be a good mother. So this is a woman who's the CEO of a company. She's married and she has 2 daughters. And her priority is to first take her daughters to school. She's not arguing with her husband and saying, hey, look, I'm a CEO. You have to, she's taking her daughters to school. And then she gets there a little later than the other people. But she's got her priorities straight. Several years ago, I forget the woman's name, She was the CEO of Burberry's, and then Apple poached her, and Apple hired her to be the president of all their retail stores. I think she just left last year, I think. But that woman, when she was the CEO of Burberry's, in the interview they had with her, she said, I have my priorities. She said, first, I want to be a good husband. Second, I want to be a good mother. And third, I want to be a good CEO. And she kept repeating that throughout the interview. So very interesting.
I ain't seen nothing like that to you. Yeah. Ooh.
I'm through talking. I'm in the listening mode now. I want to get some other some other people ideas on the concept of love. Now remember, everything is temporary now. Everything is dependent on the situation now.
So and that's,
I can only love you in this situation. I can only love a man. I can't love a man that I make more money than. I can't love a man who ain't 6'2".
That ain't love. That's love.
Okay then. So then what are we talking about here?
They love and they ain't loving.
So
I don't know. They get love and love mixed up.
So do you think women are going to find love if this pandemic comes? And I'm gonna look. One of the fears with the pandemic was food shortages. And if you have food shortages, that means society's going to become dangerous.
Yeah, it is. I know firsthand, dealing with crop productions and cattle production. If all that right there being decimated by a virus, come on now, they shut that whole operation down. That mess with everybody. When you start talking about food instability.
No, but I'm asking specifically. Listen. What I want to keep it on is with women. If there are some kinds of threats like food shortage and society becomes dangerous, will women all of a sudden find love in their heart for a man because they want that protection?
They might. How long? Who's to say to you? But I'm gonna have to go for a raise on it. I don't think it's gonna be real.
As soon as the situation change, she'll be out.
Gonna do the flippy flop stuff on you.
Yeah. So it's not love. It's she needs you. That's all. Parasite.
No.
Parasite.
So
that's the nature. That's the nature of the whore. Parasitic.
So you don't. So are there any conditions where a woman could love a man?
Yeah.
Hey, when she pure.
Yeah.
Undefiled, untainted.
Hey, check it out. When she's willing to be a fool and love him when he don't have shit. When she's willing to compromise and do what it takes to keep them together, he loves her. Sounds crazy, right?
It is crazy, but
it is what
that
it
ain't.
is.
Let's say you.
But it is what
see, I would power for better or worse.
Wait a minute. Check this out. Check this out. Why is it crazy? If you love her and your kids and stuff, and they hungry, and you willing to go out there and rob, steal, and kill, or do whatever it takes to keep food and to take care of them, why do you do that? Because you love them, right? Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So if she's not willing to do the fucking same for you, then what is it then?
I don't know. But I know it ain't.
You don't know? You don't know?
I know it ain't no love.
Oh, okay. No, it's not.
So,
I'm not.
So what about when I was asking women over the weekend about having their own money, and one of the things I asked was, well, if you're displacing the men, let's say men say, you know what, keep your job, and you've pushed a lot of men out of the workforce. Now as a woman, if you really do want to marry, you should be looking for a guy, sort of like the guy you just described, Reg, right? So it's not that he's just a good guy. He's got ambition, he's intelligent, and the jobs that he wants, he's not getting because they're given to women. And he has an entrepreneurial spirit, and he has the intelligence to do that. So, and I see this in some communities. So is that the time that a woman should invest in the man? So whether you call it marriage or a committed relationship, and she finances his business. And I've heard of companies doing this. So, and maybe he's a guy who makes $40,000 a year. He's got potential to do more, more than potential. He has everything to do more. And she makes 150,000. He's making 40,000. Should she say, hey, let's take our money, put it in a business, you run the business, and the plan is the business will be her exit strategy. So the plan is to grow the business until it makes enough money to support both of them, and she quits her job and then helps him grow it. Now, is that that a situation, Reg?
Yes. That's kind of interesting scenario. Very seldom does that really happen, you know. I can really tell you that type of situation only happens maybe with the Caucasian race. That ain't happening with.
No, it happens. It happens with Hispanics. Hispanics will buy a company. Yeah. Because I wanted to tell you a story, man. I went and got my car washed yesterday, right? And these Mexicans, man, this word about these Mexican, man, it only cost me like $14, man. They cleaned the shit out of my car, man. And I was watching them, man. I was amazed. And that's about 12 miles from my house, out by where I was working. I would drive if I'm sitting here at my house right now. I would drive way over there just for them to wash my car now. And there was some Mexicans, and some senoritas was out there washing cars too, right alongside of at this car. This wasn't no bootleg place either. This was a car wash. You know, right.
I just happened to just walk into it. And I thought it was one of those mechanical places where you put your car in and it comes through, because that was the layout. I saw the little, the building where your car come through. But when I was in the middle, now there was two or three or four Mexican guys standing up in there where your car come through. They're going to work on your damn car.
Right. No, I understand, but are you saying they own the place? I'm not sure if how that relates to the question I was asking.
No, you know what? I'm not. You know what? Because I'm really not sure. But the lady that was running it was a Mexican. Was a Mexican lady, and she was washing cars too. Okay, so I don't know. I don't think she owns it. I think she like to maybe might manage it or something. Because but I'm just telling you.
But I got it, Reg. But I'm asking a question. So if we're talking 2021, a lot of dudes have walked away, and women they're getting the message. Some of them are upset. They've displaced men in the workplace. Is the answer for women, if they truly want to be in marriages, is to reevaluate how they assess men and find a guy, not the guy who has potential, the guy who really is valuable, and invest in that guy and have him run a business, and she funnels money into it.
She can't at this particular time. She ain't got nothing to invest.
No. There are still plenty of Reg. There are women working. I'm talking about women who work and make money. There are still plenty of women who work and make money. 900,000 is not. This is a population is 320 million people. 900. That's about 1 million women. You still have a bunch of women working.
Okay, well, I'm going to say no because she doesn't want to bring him up and then have him, not need her any longer. She wants to keep him. She wants to stay in a position of power. If she helps him rise, then he's not going to need her. She's going to be real leery of that. And then she might, and then if he rises above her, she's going to have a problem too. So, I would say no. She was like, no.
So what I'm asking, there are some women there. Some woman met a guy who was homeless in Atlanta. And I don't remember if he was homeless with his son, but he was a single father. He was a father and he was homeless. She actually allowed him to move in, was in a relationship with him. And he ended up getting a job for one of I think the Atlanta Falcons as a coach. And that was what he wanted to do. So she actually supported him till he was able to do it. And I'm not sure if he ended up making more money than her, but it worked out. So I'm not saying this is a common thing and women do it. But what I'm getting at is that for so many women to be single more than ever and have men walk away from them, is that what women are going to have to do? Because typically women don't want that responsibility of what comes with capital. What is that? I hate to say it this way. Are they going to have to buy their way into marriage with a guy who is just underemployed because we gave all the jobs to women? Is that going to be the solution for women?
Well, yeah, I would say so. They wanted to be equal with men, and actually, they with them along with the corporation or the government took men jobs, gave it to them, so they got the money now. So make them pay. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None of this would happen. The inflation, the high property value, the food, the cars. Inflation wouldn't occurred if they had just stayed in their lane,
SW, you've got turn your computer off because I can hear the feedback in the background. Turn your computer off because I can hear the feedback. All right. So, Reg, go ahead. What else were you going to say?
No, that was it. I was saying, I didn't realize it until you explained it to me, and it's been several guys explaining it. The cost of living, everything went up, because of, them being in the workforce and everything. Right. So, that, and push men, more qualified people out of the job and turned everything upside down. So, let them get in there, struggle, and make them pay. They said they want to be equal. They said they could be just as good and they could do whatever a man do.
So there's a cost to be the boss.
Handle that shit.
It costs to be the boss.
Handle that shit. Right. Yeah. Handle that shit. Let me see you handle it. I ain't gonna try to stop you. Go right ahead. Let me see.
All right. SW, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking? Let's hear from you. I think you're on mute. I don't think I put on mute. You got to unmute yourself. All right.
Good evening. Can you hear me fairly well?
Yeah, I can. What's going on, man? How you doing? Happy New Year to you.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm still in this call-in stuff, so I'm on my Bluetooth. I'm really aggravated holding the phone against my face. Okay.
And you're a little bit
to the subject because I can't hear you at all, so I have to turn my TV up to at least volume 2.
Okay. I hear you. That's better now. You were very muffled before. I can hear you perfectly now.
There's a delay.
No, I hear you. It's perfect.
Okay, well, just let me know because I'm a novice at this. But pertaining to love, I'm looking at it like this. human nature cannot be changed. You can change the mindset or whatever, but nature cannot be changed. It will always win in the end. Regardless of how much money a woman makes or how good the man has stuff together financially or emotionally or how he treats her, from my experiences, nature's gonna win. I don't believe a woman is capable of loving a man like I've associated with females who had very good men. They told me their man, husband, boyfriend, or whatever is a very good man, but yet they're with me, and they
Right.
know time I'm not really gonna give them what they think they're gonna get. A lot of times it was just out of boredom. They was willing to risk everything with this man, their husband, their home, whatever, children, whatever, willing to risk everything for nothing. So I'm pertaining to the love aspect of the subject. To me, it just doesn't exist because it's the thrill that women want. And we actually want a foundation. We actually want something concrete, in my opinion, and prosper off of and live and become productive couples and care for one another. But the women, just from my observations, are just on the same page. I don't really know how to explain it. I'm not an expert, but I've seen so many women with great men who were willing to throw everything away just for a moment.
So what are you saying that women are more reckless, or is that or something else?
And it's really sad, but at the same time, it's human nature.
So you think no matter what, women are going to do that?
Now, man,
I'm sorry, it's a delay here because I think if a lot of men was to take their woman to get a lot of tete World War III would start immediately.
Okay. Well, you know, 30, there's about a little over 30% paternity fraud,
So
meaning
men just understand, like you said, she's not yours. She would never belong to you.
okay. So what do you think is going to happen to relationships in 2021 then because of
I want to
everything
give
you
you a
just
little
said?
chance to give me because, like I say, I'm just enjoying the conversation. They're phony.
They're what?
Men actually believe in love when women can only love themselves. This is just my opinion. It's not fact. I only speak from my observations, but women, in my opinion, would not love a man. Now, I've noticed they've done stuff for men who don't love them. It's like they want the challenge.
Where there are a lot of men
Once
who
they feel that they've conquered that challenge, they look elsewhere for another challenge.
so does that mean you never let a woman conquer you then? Is that what you're saying? That you've got to always keep her uh, always keep her in a position where she has
Well, I mean,
no
it
kind of room
sounds
or
good.
force over.
Men don't learn until they have mistakes. If a man doesn't get taken advantage of, then he will not learn from his mistakes. He has to go through. Now, once he goes through, if he continues to make the same decisions and mistakes, then that's just on him.
Okay. So does that mean he can never let a woman feel comfortable with
But
him?
one thing I just thought about, thinking about my forefathers and men that I know,
You got me.
they never show a woman their emotions. They never really communicate with her on an emotional level because they know she would use that against him.
Okay.
I don't know about all that.
So why do you think
I'm
that
sorry
worked?
for the feedback delay, but
Why do you
I
think? Why
try
do
to
you
do
think
better
that
next
worked?
time.
Why do you
But
think that
honestly, in
worked?
my opinion, the sooner men realize, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Why do you think that approach worked in the past from men, where they showed no emotion? They never gave the woman the men did not give their women their emotion.
Well, it's not really an approach. I've just noticed that women are attracted to mystery. Once they think they got you figured
Oh,
and they know what makes you tick, they know your, they just know your, they just think just, they need something to keep them curious. Not saying they'll leave,
wow.
but mentally they're gone.
Okay.
They'll still be with you, probably 10, 20, 30 years. But I promise you, there's a lot of stuff she's done that he may suspect, but has no idea of reality.
What's going on, Red Pill, Grim Pickens? Thanks for joining. So you think men need to be so? Let me put it this way: a lot of women say that they
But
miss the
I hate this
manly
delay. I
men.
may have to try to just hold the phone against my ear because they is major.
Okay. So in the past, a lot women even today say they like manly men. So what a lot of men have been told to do is show their feminine side and be more soft and nurturing. And women are now saying that's not the kind of guy they like. So I'm wondering
Mm.
if what you're saying is the manly men women claim that they miss or they wish they
Man,
had like their
anything
father
that
and
comes,
grandfather. Hey man, you're gonna have to correct that.
I believe nothing that comes out of a woman's mouth, she's threatening me.
Okay. Hey, can you just what are you gonna have to do? Put your phone by your
But
ear so you
let
can
me
hear
try
me?
to call back and actually
Right.
put the phone against my ear so we can have more.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, cool.
Just,
So
just to say to you.
what do you guys think of that? So women talk about these manly men of the past, and that's what they wish they had, and they wish men were more like that. And are those the guys who were less likely to be emotionally expressive and all that? Is that what men are missing? Have men uh, did men sell out by trying to be more trying to show their feminine side? Was that a mistake for men?
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Okay, why do you say that?
I say it because from my own perspective now, Ted, it's a, they looking for that. Lord, how can I say this? They want the sexual alpha, but then they want the opposite of the sexual alpha at the same time. And I'm telling you what I heard first. You want this dude blow your back up, but then you want this other dude over here with all the resources and all that blah blah blah. all that blase. But and that's what's been the wake up call to a lot of dudes, in particular the dudes, you know, getting their education and trying to better endeavor themselves and whatever political or professional field is that.
But do you Kendrick, do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, you talking about the feminine men, the men that you talking about sold out, but it's this thing lopsided in my view.
All right, so wait. Someone said publicly masculine men are demonized, but in private it's different. And so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. A lot of men bought into the notion that they had to show their feminine side and be less masculine. And I'm asking, are women turned off by those men? And do they really want the more masculine man, like men of the past? They called them more manly. Those men were more manly. And so I'm asking, is that what women really want? And are men missing that? And is that really what SW is saying, that the guys who were not showing their feminine side and not being as emotional, or is those the men that women really want? What someone said here in Instagram is that those men are more masculine. They are condemned publicly, except in private.
Exactly.
In private, women want them.
Exactly. It's almost like you want two things that don't even exist at the same time. And you see now how confusing that can be to certain dudes like it. And they like, the heck with it. I ain't got time with this. Either you gonna have this nice masculine man here in the States, or I can go overseas and get what I'm supposed to get as a masculine, nice man, but still don't take no crap off you.
Well, I'm just asking, is that what men need to start being? Because if that's what women really want, why would men?
This is what they talk about, being cold and it's hard to do, and they need to be careful what they're asking for. Because them dudes didn't play with them women either. Them dudes walked one of them women across it. That's how tough them dudes was back then. And particularly the sharecropper.
Can you hear me better now?
Farmer.
That is better, SW. Am I delayed, or am I coming through clearly for you?
Don't give me the line till you hear you. Right on point.
All right, perfect. All right. So
okay.
Did you hear my
question?
What I was asking?
I didn't mean to cut the gentleman off. I will wait until he says his piece.
Okay. Go ahead. Kendrick, finish.
I was saying to the men that are old and free. And these women need to be careful what they call themselves want a more manly man, because if that dude unemotionally and he's showing his cold side, that could be dangerous too. And the sharecropper was a prime example of it. Those dudes were just manly than any man we got in there, but them dudes wasn't in the play with back there either. So they conflicting with these type of dudes they claim they want. They don't even know what they want to be honest with you.
Say this, am I there?
Yes, keep going.
Okay, I'm going to take it back a few years. Men used to call me and ask how to get women to do certain things. Don't ask me why. I guess I was just that dude called. But for example, I don't know what my language restrictions are, because I don't want to use certain words that may get you in trouble.
Hey, you have the freedom. Run with it. Be the road runner. Go.
For example, I used to have Jay call me and say, "Hey, how do I get her to give me head?" And I would ask him a few questions like, "Is she there?" They'd be like, "Yeah." Okay, well, she's for a reason. Before she left the house, she looked in the mirror for at least half an hour at her booty, talked to a coochie and had all kind of stuff in her mind, just walking there and stick your dick in the mouth. And they would laugh, but then later on they realized, man, you was right. How did you know? She's over there. That's how I know that. She didn't come over to watch no damn TV, eat no tacos. She came over there for a particular reason.
Right, right.
Like I say, I don't believe nothing a woman tells me unless she's threatening me. I take that seriously from man or woman. But I know this, it's just like a hot balloon. I pay it no mind. If you listen to that bullshit, you can become victim of that bullshit.
Okay.
So I had to learn that through experience, but I had to tell some of my associates, hey, you're broad this, you're broad that. And they be like, man, you think everyone did? I say, no, but if my instincts tell me something, I'm going to trust them. I've learned to trust my instincts. And every time they call me back, you was right. And I'm telling them, you must understand its nature. It doesn't matter what she tells you. Don't listen to that shit. She's lying to herself and lying to you.
What do you think are going to happen to relationships for 2021?
My issue with current relationships is the children, because they're the one who price. It's not God. Because if you don't want your children to be bastards, so you want to have an actual family. Problem is, when they do it the right way, get married, have the children, the woman's nature is going to kick in and he's going to lose. But if he doesn't get married, have a family, do it the right way, he's still going to lose because now baby dad and he's in the court system. So either way, it's a catch-22. You do it the right way, you're going to be punished. It's her. You do it the wrong way, you're going to be punished. It's up to her. So my only issue with current relationships is the children are the ones who's really paying the price. Right. I don't trust no female. I ain't saying I don't treat them wrong. I'm a perfect gentleman. I don't treat them wrong. I understand what's happening. So for men who want to have a family, have children, have land, do the thing, she can cancel that anytime she wants. And for men who are cool with being the baby daddy, she can still have you up anytime she wants. Right. So it's like, it's a lose-lose. Yeah, are there good women out there? Of course, until she meets a man who makes her start to think.
Are you saying that it's just going to remain status quo? Because all the things you're saying, those are the things that have been happening for the past several decades. But going forward in 2021, are you just saying that nothing will change?
2021 is just another day, man. It's just another day on the calendar. Ain't nothing changed.
Okay, so the pandemic and the 900,000 women who voluntarily left the workforce, the possible threat of what the pandemic can have on society, you don't think that's going to affect women's decision-making choices in relationships? None of that will be impacted.
No, because decisions been messed up for decades now. They've never. I'm sorry, I look like you're talking. I'm looking at my television, which is about 4 seconds behind my phone. But ain't changed as far as the mentality. This is just a little so-called what I consider a created situation. But as far as nature, ain't nothing going to change. They're still going to want and pursue the same. Still going to be the same. What are you working, not working, eating, not eating? I don't see anything changing. The only thing I see is that society is going to get worse and worse because a lot of people are influenced by this mainstream media. They don't individual thinking. They're not individuals. They just go with the flow.
Right. No, I understand that. But let me ask you. So between MGTOW, Red Pill, and all the new mindsets that men have taken on that have had them either completely step away from relationships or to not take women seriously and just pump and dump. So that means there are they have looked at some studies and shows that women have increased their desire to marriage and men have decreased.
Man, so these women
No, hold on. So do you think at any point going forward that women are going to wake up and say, hey, we messed up?
Of course not. You can look at any and everything and see that's not going to be the case. It gets worse every day. Oh, I'm sorry. I see your lips moving again. I'm not hearing your words to my phone though.
I just don't look at the screen. Don't worry about the screen. Just you.
Okay, I apologize. Keep me in line. Educate me here. But like I say, every time I go up, I'll see, and this can be from neighbors, work, whatever. All I see is women promoting sexuality. Like I said, they got everything put up inside of them. They got tons of makeup, fake lashes, fake everything, and cannot be without their phone. Not making money from your phone. That means phone is your lifeline. That the need for attention is astronomical, and it's not going to get better. It's going to continue to get worse. It's just it is what it is. It's this stuff took decades to get here. It's not going to change in 1 or 2 years. It's going to continue to get worse. You get more mothers. You got children out here, 4, 5 years old, recording their mama twerking and putting it on TV. Women are just prostituting themselves legally and getting paid.
Right. That's been happening. So what do you think? What do you think would be a tipping point to start?
The point that you just brought up, MGTOW and red pill. Men.
Exactly. But that's why I asked about that. So do you at what point do you think women will feel MGTOW and red pill and understand that they crossed the barrier a long time ago and now they're in the middle of nowhere by themselves?
It's not going to happen. They're too arrogant and self-centered to even care because they figure like what one man won't do, another man would do. I mean, you can go on.
There's a lot of dudes saying that they ain't gonna do. And I'm gonna tell you this. When
I'm sorry.
When you put them in the dark, all the social construct gone. See, then that's when people really gonna start to change. When the social construct is gone. And I learned that. When you take away the iPhone, you take away the Instagram, the OnlyFans, all that BS. Then that's when you're going to start to wise up. But by that time, it's too late to you.
Well, see, the men are going to wise up. I personally think the women are just too stubborn to even look at themselves in the mirror. I don't think they want to wise up. They're so entitled. They've been told to be that they're entitled and the man this and you deserve this and that. And they believe that's the natural aspect of relationships. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, keep going, SW. Go
ahead.
Everything is to a point, it's not reversible. It cannot be reversed, in my opinion. It's at a point of no return. That's why MGTOW and red pill, these men are saying, I work hard. I'm not finna lose all shit just for some broad. I'm not, like I said, I can sex. We can get sex from seconds. So it's like, men are realizing they really have something to gain and everything to lose. So why get involved? Even though you may care for her and want to be with her, if you get your 30s and 40s and all of a sudden you're using your house and you lose your money, you paying $100 a month child support, it's like you literally are destroyed unless you just got a substantial amount of money. All over what? Trying to do stuff the right way.
60 seconds.
So someone said women are going to flock to who can protect them from systematic slavery. Polygamy might be on the rise.
I don't agree with that because women have been saying for decades, we don't need men this and we that. They ain't gonna flock to anything because they don't know where to flock to. They're only gonna go off what they've been told by their girlfriends or some stuff on the news. They have no idea what direction to go in. Where men, we do, but we understand there's a consequence for trying to do stuff the right way. Women just gonna go and run in circles. They're not heads. They're the body, they're the heads. Where to go? They're gonna go where they're told to go, even though chances are it's gonna be the wrong place. They're not smarter than us. They're just wicked than us.
I find it funny, kid, how you said women ain't gonna flock to know anything, but it's funny That dude's been telling me over the last 3-4 years now that, you know, these women out here riding the car carousel all these years, all the 20s, all the teen years. And then you get up in here and we in a full-blown pandemic. Now you don't know who you're going to flock to. I find that hard to believe, Ted.
Okay.
They're in a precarious situation now.
Well, I think it's logic because a lot of them, they don't have the conversational skills. They love to deflect. They would, even though they know they're wrong, still try to use it instead of just say, okay, I'm wrong. What do you suggest? I've never had a woman ask me what to suggest. That's why I tell my boys, never ask a woman's opinion, because when you ask her opinion, you give her the option to say no. Just say it. It's non-negotiable. This is what it is. I've learned to not ask a woman her opinion on anything unless I feel that's something that she has an expertise in. Outside of that, I don't want to hear what she says, because all it's going to do is confuse me and complicate stuff. So basically, I believe in the old saying, seen and not heard. Do as you're told, end of story. And we're going to get to where we need to go. But with these modern women, it's no talking. Because either when you're talking, they're not really listening to anything you agree with. They're looking to disagree with. So it's like...
Go ahead. It's like what? Keep going.
It's just kind of like, what's the word? Not crazy, but it's... Women are trying to be agreeable with men. They seem, from my experience, just want to be confrontational. They're so stubborn, they don't want to listen to nothing. Now, if I talk about sex and some off the wall stuff, they're listening because that hits them someplace they can't control. But if I'm trying to be logical and speak to her in a way where we can both benefit, for some reason, it just doesn't compute unless I literally have to just, you say, caveman them. Now, you can get an educated woman, not educated, forget I said that word. I hate that stupid word, educated bullshit. But it's just something mentally wrong with the modern woman. They've been brainwashed so much that it's like you ask them what you want, it don't matter. 8 restaurants later, they still got an issue with what they don't want, but they can't tell you what they do want. So I stopped asking what they want. Where we go is where we eat. You can eat or you don't eat. I give them no options. The more options I give them, the more of a headache it's going to be. I've had women, when you serve, go to bed. And they would get their grown ass up, I don't care how beautiful they are, get your ass in the bed. If I have to get the bell, I'm done. Your feet don't touch the damn unless you go into the bathroom. Get in the bed. Next thing you know, they wet as hell. They want to have sex. They want to cook a good meal. But I had a damn slave, and it brought out that behavior in them. I'm serious. I've had women sit in the corner, Indian style, if you don't move. And they love that. I'm like, wow.
Right. So let me ask you a question, but let me not acknowledge Red Pill Rican. Thanks for joining. Oglet the Crackhead, Frankie the Truckle, Rayo Will, Schofner. Hey guys, thanks for joining. We're asking a question: what will happen to love relationships in 2021? And we're actually having a conversation about where they are. So you mentioned something about, I asked about manly men, and you talked about guys from the old days. And something you hear a lot of women say is they wish men were more manly. And part of perhaps the reason women are asking for that is because starting in the 1970s, the feminists told men, you need to get in touch with your feminine side. And perhaps most men bought into that. So men became more emotional and nurturing, and they did all these things that are typically associated with being a woman. And now women perhaps resent that. And we are in this. I'm wondering, SW, are we in the situation now because men started to exhibit more feminine behavioral traits and being more emotional and trying to be and you're saying that the guys of the past were much more manly. They had clear boundaries. They were very firm. And women are actually asking for that. And as men, a lot of men are not giving that.
Well, who introduced that to the boys? Because they had to be boys who became men. And once again, you become a man, from my opinion, from your experiences and trials and tribulations. No father told his son that the son didn't go looking for that stuff on TV. It's just somehow his environment that was pushed upon him, which usually means it was no father there.
The teachers, that's what I'm saying. In the 70s, the feminists, the women started saying, hey, look, men need to get in touch with their feminine side. We don't like masculine. They were not using toxic masculinity back then, but they were saying men should get in touch with their feminine side and women should get in touch with their masculine.
No, that's stupid to me. Not you. I'm just saying the saying in general. Because you ever heard of tell a woman you need to get involved with your masculine side? I mean, that's just brainwashed.
That's what they told women to do, and it went through the 70s and for part of the 70s and all of the 80s. It just ran right through. And the thing I'm wondering is that women found out that attempting to be masculine, they don't have the biochemistry. So no matter how hard they try, it ain't gonna happen. So when they found out they couldn't find a masculine side, they just said, well, masculinity is toxic.
But what happened to women is that the repercussions were removed. Women can now do and say what they want, act how they want without fear of repercussion. To me, that's where the problem came in at. Because if you touch me, I'm going to have you locked up. If you raise your voice, I'm going to have you locked up. Get out the house and say that me or make a size on you. There's no longer repercussions. So they just out there wild and loose. It's like, men, we know we have repercussions. Women don't have any repercussions, but when they get with that dude, when that dude who they know don't give a damn about you calling 911, don't give a damn about your dad or your mom, they and then. But it's like this man, the risk is free just to get her to act right, which is stupid. But that's where it is, because men don't want to throw their lives away to control the broad. They shouldn't have to control. She should control herself. But women have all these advices now. Well, I can just make a lie and get you thrown in jail you lose your job, you lose your money over a lie that he never did. So a lot of men now have become scared, for lack of better terms, because it's like, if I check her, I can go to jail. She hit me, knock the hell out of her back, I can go to jail. He can just get up and say, I don't want to be with you no more, take my house, my money, and my children. So it's like they have no repercussions. That's why everything's the way it is, because they don't have to answer to anything anymore. But when they get with a dude who don't care about going to jail, who don't care about knocking them out, he really has any problems out of it. But he had to be a thug just to get that reaction, which is stupid. Because I'm a gentleman. I don't never get upset. I never get up because emotions for a man is not good. So I try to be logical, but I still lose her because that's not what attracted her to me. She thought I was a bad boy. I'm this, that. He won't take my shit, tell me to do this and that. But when they realize it's not really like that, he just wants to enjoy life, have a time. That's the problems come in. But they feared me and thought I would be captain or a man. They stayed in line. But the second I became respectable and nice, and they realized he's not what I thought he was. I thought he was none the old me was, but the new me. I lose. They lose interest.
Right.
They lose. They have no interest no more, and they look for the who's a caveman who ain't gonna. I'm not finna risk my freedom in my life just to keep some broad and keep her in line. I'd rather be by myself, to be honest with you, because it's not worth it. That's the problem. Men are put in a position where they can't defend themselves. You can get locked up now for your voice towards a woman.
Right. No, I get that. So what it sounds like also that men contributed to this. So someone said, worst we ever allowed to happen, feminine side led Simpson Tyrone to blow their back out and created fatherless homes. And now you have women teaching little boys what it means to be a man.
Well,
and
men like us don't matter, no, because we're considered a dying breed. It's the new generation of men that have taken over. Men who get it, we're dying. We're getting old. We're getting cremated. We're getting put graves. This new generation of men, they're completely the way that they were been programmed. Except idiots out there shooting and doing that stupid stuff. They don't count. They're going to eradicate themselves. But for the most part, younger men now who are now fathers, now husbands, the damage is done because they've been duped mentally. They've been told how to be instead of looking at who they are and following their natural. They just go by what told now. I'm supposed to do this, I'm supposed to do that. It's like I've seen so many men cook for their woman, provide for them. One dude, he invited me over for some gumbo, had a broad show up. I never seen this broad. Didn't know nothing about it. I didn't know she was coming. He went us to take a shower. Within 10 minutes, this woman was telling me what she wanted to get. When I leave, she gonna leave 5 minutes behind me. I ain't did shit but come in there and just be me. This other dude cooked for her, provided for her, laid out everything for her. She didn't care. She just saw that I was the opposite and said, when you leave, meet me at the gas station up the street. And I'm like, dudes don't understand reality of a woman's nature. The night you treat them, you're serving an agenda, but they're going on at that shit. That's just my opinion.
Oh, I understand. The problem is they've been allowed to. That's the problem.
So someone said, once you accept a woman's true nature of survival first, then you have a chance with them.
Well, the thing about it, they should be trying to get us. Why are we trying to get them?
So here's the concern. So we can say whatever we want. Right? Someone said the less you do for them, the more you get in return. So once men, like the guy said, once men bought into showing their feminine side, they gave up on manhood. And they allowed a whole bunch of stuff to happen. And I get what you say, you don't want to go to jail, and I get that. There's a way to engage a woman in a very firm and masculine way without putting your hands on her. And either she's going to respond. Hold on, Kendrick. Either she's going to respond or you let her go. Except the thing that men need to understand is that that's part of your role as a man. And either you're going to step into that role or you're going to let a woman step into it.
Now, I agree with you there. But the problem is, we spoke on this Friday, I believe. Men don't instantiate this from the very beginning. If you put this down from the beginning, she has an option on whether she's going to accept it or move on. A lot of men try to be gentlemen. I'm going to take you out. I'm winding down. I'm going to be a gentleman. The worst thing you can do, because you're starting off wrong. Starting off make her feel like she's entitled and this is what you're supposed to do for her. She didn't earn it. It's just given to her. Me personally, if I meet a woman, I'm not finna take out to get nothing to eat. If she's hungry, she should have ate before she met me. You can get together at 7. You had all day to you get with me now. Now you want to eat. I'm not. See, if I do that, I'm messing. It's like, plus me knowing once you a woman, sex is out the picture because now she got bloated. She got stuff on her stomach. It's like men allowing themselves to be used. And they don't establish everything from the very beginning. From the very beginning, I'm not rude to let them know. Boom, boom, boom. Take it or leave it. And I've had very few women leave it. They love it. They're not used to it. He was an asshole, you this and that. Then they'll hit me up that night, though. I've had women take me to a hotel. I'm paying for the hotel. Take my wife to no hotel.
No,
well, you meet me in the parking lot.
Listen, hold on. I understand that, but what we're getting at. So, what's going to happen to love relationships in 2021? If anything is going to positive happen, it is. So you said something before. Women are taking notice of MGTOW, red pill, and a lot of other things. They whether they like it or not, they're noticing it. And they understand that men have drawn a line in the sand. So if men keep taking advice, and I understand men are raised by single mothers, but if they keep taking advice from women on how to deal with women, the situation is going to remain the same. But listen, it's not just mothers creating their daughters like this. There are a lot of fathers telling their daughters, you are a princess and there are no consequences. And once a little girl grows up with advice like that from her father, and yesterday I spoke to a woman and she said her daddy told her, that you are equal to a man and never let a man lead you, and you're side by side, you're his equal. And when
Well,
she married, it created all kinds of problems in her marriage until finally her husband was able to sit her down and say, look, you're the ass trying to lead the head, and it's not going to work. So, they made equal pay. And that's one of the things that I'm getting at in this conversation. For relationships to work going forward, are women going to have to leave the workforce? For one, they're displacing men. I mean, that's just a fact. That if there are only 100 million jobs and you have 150 million adults, all those people won't fit into the workforce. So, and women have already proven in most jobs they are less productive. There are some jobs women do better, so we want to keep those women there. But for the most part, it's men who have opened the door for women to do the things that they are doing. So there are things that men can do to take that back, and most of that is reclaiming their own manhood. And I think that's where the gap is in our society. Manhood is
men our age, that makes sense. But younger men, that's not going to happen. Men our age, we know what's happening. But once again, we're the old folks now. The new generation, these males thinking about that. And women, they're going to work. It's not going to be reversible. It is. We got to accept it for what it is. The mind state is pretty much, in my opinion, a wrap. Relationships, goals, morals, principles, all that stuff there is just. That's why I became to where I was, because I noticed that as a teenager, the way things were going, and trying to do stuff the right way. No, not for everybody. A man can make it work, but like when you say it, you must establish that from the very beginning. Ask the right questions, qualify her, and then if what she says, she must do it. Because a woman can say anything. I can tell you I'm rich. I can say whatever I want to say. I actually what they do, but I get an understanding through their conversation. But I realize now I can't even have conversations with a lot of women because they're afraid to talk when they realize, damn, he's actually up on it. They get aggravated or they just shut the hell up. They're afraid to open their mouth because the bone gonna fly out their damn mouth. And it's like, it's discouraging because I don't want an idiot next to me. I don't want a dumb woman. But I want an honest woman who's gonna say what's on her mind. But a lot of women are afraid to say what's on their mind because they know it's make them look bad. So they'll play the role 6 months, a year, whatever. Dude get her pregnant, he get married, and then she flip it on him. So it's like, is it really worth the trouble of trying to be in a sincere relationship because there's so many lies going on. The women are so confused, the men are so confused. It's like me. If I got my woman or my wife,
here's the problem. Why are men getting women pregnant before they know if this is right? See, there's a problem right there. Keep yourself out of the child support courts. Don't get her pregnant. That's it. And you can, a man, unless she steals your sperm from a condom or your pullout game is not that good. I get that. But if you ask a woman a question or you want to have a conversation and she finds it uncomfortable and gets upset, you back down off of that, then you're now the bitch in a relationship. You get
it. Man, you get it because we're of age. But as far as
but see, listen, if the younger guys don't hear this conversation, we can't keep saying they're gone, because if they're only raised by their mother, and you have to factor in there are a whole bunch of guys that are our age who are raising their daughters to be an entitled princess and telling her they're teaching their daughters to be a feminist. So
I agree.
If women never hear that there's another conversation, and the guys need to hear that there is this other conversation going on that they never had access to at home. So I'm unwilling to say that the younger guys just give up on them because they don't even know that this is possible. But that's
why it's not going to happen.
When you talk them through it, they're listening, man. They're listening. I'm telling you.
But that's why it's not going to happen though.
Hey, don't forget about teens going their own way. Now that was trending like a year or two ago now, T.
Okay. What? I'm not sure.
Let me ask you this. Ted, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Now, you got the young man now growing up, and all femininity. You know the word that I'm trying to say. My lips kind of dry, but they grow up seeing single mothers being normal. They grew up see everybody screw each other. They grew up on the internet seeing all these women twerking. They grew up seeing all these baby mamas. They growing up with all their partners getting these girls pregnant. They see nothing wrong with it. To them, that's the norm. They see that they grew up with it. They see that it's normal. They don't see getting married first as normal because they weren't really raised around married people. If you were raised around single mothers, you're raised around all your boys having baby mamas, you think that's normal. They don't see anything wrong with it. That's where the problem lies because we grew up seeing something different. They're growing up seeing everything in reverse. So to them, that's just the way things are. And they're not really seeking men to educate them because most of the time they're doing their thing with the people they grew up with who are also doing the wrong thing. They don't really have a reason to look outwards. I've spoken to men in their 20s and 30s who would get upset and were ready to go to arms over some broad they didn't know because you might have called her a B or something.
Right. I understand that. And I'll read you a comment. Guys saying younger guys need to hear this and learn about a woman's nature. He said they needed to hear this back in high school or younger is where they needed to hear it. And some of them are not hearing it until they're over 25. So if they're in their 20s and hearing it from us, if they could trickle it down to the guys under them, whether it's their younger brother or younger cousin, because there's nowhere else to hear it. I mean, social media has made this possible. So right now they know what they know because they only have what their mother gave them about life, about manhood, about relationships. And it's almost, and I hate to use this word, but it's almost like a setup. It's almost like a setup for society. So if you remove the father out of the home and you let the mother teach the man how to be the mother teach the boy about manhood, the mother's really going to set up the son to get used and abused by women and think that it's okay, that there's something wrong with men. He's going to see masculinity as toxic. All of these things are going to happen, and we're actually watching them happen now. So there's some responsibility on the more seasoned guys who have actually seen the way it was in the past when men were more manly. So we have a choice. We could either, the older cats can ride with, show your feminine side, or they can hold firm to the tradition of manhood and pass that on to the younger guys. Otherwise, who's going to pass it on? Their mothers, their sisters, their grandmother? No. Like you said, a lot of guys are already being buried and cremated. So someone's going to have to pass this on. And if it doesn't get passed on in 2021, it's got to become a conversation that they have access to so that they can make better decisions and be more aware of what's happening around them.
That thing, they haven't seen anything to make that decision.
They say that again. They what?
When I was younger, I remember seeing teenage girls and women in their 20s, 30s, 40s, whatever, wearing dresses, taking care of their hair. They might put up behind clothes, but out in public, they presented themselves respectable. These boys nowadays grow up with women with spandex and booty pads and the fake everything. That's all they saw. That's all they know. So they don't really know that it's wrong. They accept it. And whereas me, I see a broad and she dressed way, she can't get within 30 miles of me. I completely ignore her. But these there's nothing wrong with that. These girls walk around saying bro, women walk around saying bruh. They got tattoos. These boys grew up seeing it.
And if she was overweight, she was penalized for it. There were consequences.
Man,
Right?
I was talking about that back in the days. Fat,
Right.
excuse me, yeah, fat woman. She wouldn't even come outside unless it was dark because she knew she was fat. But these men nowadays, 3,000 pounds got on spandex that they are queen, and these dudes saying that they don't know the opposite. They thinking, okay, that's what I grew up seeing. So it's like I try to talk to younger cats in their 20s who are also fathers. They support feminism, running skinny jeans with their booty hanging out, literally not just sag, their whole butt is hanging out of their pants. It's like you can't help these individuals at that point.
Yeah,
They must want the help.
I got that. But let me tell you, there are more young guys that are hungry for understanding manhood because they don't.
Man, these young guys, these young guys grew up being told to throw money in the air, make it rain.
Hold on. Let me ask you, how many languages do you speak?
I can barely speak English. Try to be what I can.
Okay, all right. So all you were given was English, right? So if I start speaking to you in Spanish or Portuguese or Russian, you won't understand me, correct?
No, to a point.
Okay. So the point, what I'm getting at is you only have the language they gave you. These young guys only have the conversations and traditions and ways of manhood that someone gave them, and a woman is not going to give that to them. You get that, right?
Yeah, I understand.
So they don't know. They only know what they know, and there are things that they don't even know they don't know, and that you can accept, and you can be okay with that. That there are so many things they don't know, and when you first expose them to certain things, they are probably going to push back because it conflicts with what their mother told them, and they're going to have a hard time. Except, like you said, you cannot fight nature. And the nature of a man is still going to be a man. And when you speak to a young guy in a respectable way and logically, he's going to start to hear something, even if it's not that first day. But he's going to eventually hear something.
I don't think they're going to learn until something bites them in the ass. That's the only way, in my opinion, they're going to learn on their mistakes and what they need to change, because until they've been through, they still have to run what they're doing. But once she gets him in the court system, whatever, or takes what he has, that's when he's going to start to learn. But for the most part, they ain't really trying to hear what article we consider like what they call them, like OG and I don't know what they get me OG and OG. What they hit my OG, but they are brainwashed to a point where they're gonna have to get bit in the ass before they finally realize that something's wrong, and they have to change their way. Until they get bit, they're not gonna get it.
Let me tell you, gentlemen, something. You don't have to keep sticking your hand on no hot stove in order for you to get your understanding of your lesson. All it takes for you to burn yourself one time, and you only a fool want to get burned to you.
Well, see, Kendrick is an example of a young guy. He's an example of that, and he's here listening.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
He's a young guy for sure.
I didn't get my lesson till late 20s, early 30s.
Right. So they exist.
That's what brought me to this.
And when they do get burnt, they will have another perspective that they gained from more seasoned guys. So the example has been set in the past. Guys wanted to show their feminine side, and women exploited that. They just did. No consequences. And we all see it, right? In hindsight. Like for the people who were saying back in the 80s or even the 70s, early 70s, men were saying, hey, to the women, this is a bad direction. Don't do this. Put down the picket signs, and women didn't listen. And some have paid consequences because you already have women now who are in their 60s and they are alone. They have PhDs and they are undesirable. But the thing I don't understand, and it's unfortunate, those women who have gone on into their 50s and 60s and 70s who claim they didn't need men, they now understand the fire of being alone, and they don't like it and it's uncomfortable. What I don't understand is why they don't go back to the younger women and say, "Hey, we took a dead end and you should get off. This is what we did wrong. We said we didn't need men." It's like what you were saying, man, that women don't want to come back and say we made a poor decision. So they let the rest of the pack of women keep running off the cliff.
Let me ask you this.
I'm listening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I think the main problem is not going to reverse now. Is because women have too many options. It's like, okay, this dude Sam here, he's arrogant, he's that. But I got these millions of other dudes willing to bend over backwards for me. I don't have to put up with him. I got these other dudes who will cater to my insecurities, tell me what I need to hear. And that's the issue. When they do come across a man who's genuine and who understands something, they're like, okay, they like college, but at the same time, it's fear. And a lot of them will run. And they like, I got these other dudes online me up. I got 50,000 messages and all these dudes. I don't have to listen to this dude or do he say he's crazy. That's the issue because women got too many dudes who are just willing to cape and come save them, that they don't have the need to want to correct themselves. They don't have the need to want to do better because there's too many dudes who tell them you don't have to.
Right. And what here's the deal, and you know this too. The flip side of that is it doesn't take those women too long to realize they really don't want those guys, and that's when they are sneaking around with guys like you. So someone said no other nation does this except the black community. There's a war against us, and let me tell you, man, the war is not the way people think. It's an invisible war, and it's a psychological war. And the overwhelming majority of people are not armed to deal with it. And if you are in a war and don't realize you are in a war, and you're not armed, and you're looking for guns and bombs and tanks, and the war is invisible and psychological, you're going to get crushed. So someone said we had values and social norms and consequences, and yet we're here. Satan uses technology to corrupt mankind at a faster rate than before. That's why the young are so far gone.
But
let me ask you this:
to that person that commented.
I say that again.
We got norms, and let me add to that comment.
Okay.
That person that sent you. So we know you're using technology and all these social devices out here against us. But why is it the other nations and these other ethnicities don't seem to have the same problem?
See, exactly.
That we got now.
Exactly. And that's a huge point.
Think
exactly.
Think
about
it, because even the black breeds ain't got these problems. Not that I know of.
That you're making a good point. How is it that other communities and ethnic groups are in the United States and not experiencing this? See, that's the thing that most men don't want to talk about and deal with. And,
well, let me ask you this: how do we know they're not experiencing it?
Because you don't see Because
well, that's just it. We don't see it. That don't mean it's not going on.
No. I have Middle Easterners, a lot of them in my town, and you don't see this behavior. You don't see these problems. I'm telling you, you don't see it. I dated this Middle Eastern woman, and she told me she was at her cousin's house, and he's married. He has 2 sons, and one of his sons, who was about, I think, 11, somewhere around 11 years old, he said something smart to the woman I was seeing. His father reached across the table and smacked him in his mouth and said, "In this house, you are Moroccan, and you follow Moroccan rules. If you have a problem with that and you want to go to your school and tell them your father hit you, you go and they will take you out of here. But you live in a Moroccan house and you follow Moroccan rules." Like that they teach their children their language, and their culture is built into the language. There are things that they are just not allowing. You see how their women are dressed. They're not dressed in the way that you're saying. Their sons grow up with two parents in the household. They will socially alienate their women if they deviate.
I can respect that.
Listen, the ugliest thing, here's the ugliest thing, that a father, if his daughter decides to be a whore, her father will take her life, or her brother. They have consequences.
Yes,
But let me ask you this though: do you think that it does go on?
But America ain't going by the old test.
Say I can't look. If hold, two people talking, I can't understand anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry, T. I ain't even know you talking.
No, I still got this delay. But let me ask you: do you think it still doesn't go on in these other countries though? You think it's still not being promiscuous and doing all? I mean, I'm not saying that it's on the level of the West where we are, but human nature. I still feel it's going on. It may not just be advertised or promoted, medialized the way it is over here. But I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong about code and standards and morals and principles. But that doesn't mean it's still not going on. Until someone puts a camera on it and really goes beneath the surface, it can appear to be one way when it's really just the same.
Well, here's what hold on, Kendrick. Hold on. One of the things you want to talk about appearance, I see these Middle Eastern families, and these women are not wearing spandex. They are covered up. So for that, you talk about appearance, right? I got it. From a physical appearance, there are standards and rules, and the fathers are putting these in place. When I lived in Mexico, that now what you're saying has a lot of validity, because a lot of guys would be married and they have 3 children with their wife. They also had a girlfriend, and they might have 2 children with their girlfriend who are the same age as their children with their wife. Well, what most people don't know is those 3 children, only 2 of them are his, or maybe 1. So that's it happens in Latin America. And most people, unless you live there, you would never know that's happening.
Yeah, I can't go out of the country. I don't fly. I've never left the country.
All right, wait, Kendrick, what are you saying?
I was saying just that very comment you made was enough for me to be on the lookout when going in some of these countries.
Right. So what he's saying is it has validity, right? Just it may appear one way, but what's really happening when you live there, you see something else. But there are certain things that are just not permissible because there are consequences. So I interviewed a guy from Saudi Arabia on this show, living in Saudi Arabia, and he said if they see 2 women walking as lesbians, they will kill them. Feminism is stomped out and stopped. Now, I saw a forum where a white woman from the U.S. was attempting to convince women from the Middle East that they should be feminist. And the Middle Eastern women said, well, you're asking us to go against our men. And that's not right. That doesn't make sense. We're not going to do that. So they're now, and at the same time, feminism is being pushed. They're trying to push it, shove it down the throats of women. And there is going to create corruption. But the wall that's stopping it is men. See, if you think of it this way, wherever feminism exists, it's because of men, right? So women felt like they were oppressed, and feminism is their saving grace. And so feminism exists because there are men there. Wherever feminism doesn't exist, it's because of men.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, but what about the men who grew up in that mentality in that environment. They see nothing wrong with it. That's the point that I'm making. We see what's going on, but the men who grow up, they see nothing. They think that's normal.
All right, listen, I understand. See, if that doesn't change what I said, wherever feminism doesn't exist, it's because of men. So if you have a majority or a large percentage of men growing up without a father, feminism, they've probably already been infected with it. The only ones who will help get that feminism out is a man. And if you look at it this way, think of the human brain as being a computer, and it's been hacked, and they hacked into it, and they planted a virus. The only one who's going to get that virus out is going to be a man. That's who's going to do it, not women.
Okay, I totally agree. But the thing is, we still need a time period to come to senses. Most of the women who've approached me or who finally get it, what I'm saying in myself, they done start to get older. They starting to get older. They finally starting to come to their senses. But it's the younger women here who are having these children, getting with Tom and Harry, some dude they just met 5 minutes ago, met him at the QT. Now they're in the back of the garage somewhere. But it's like by the time they come to their senses, the damage is usually done. They got 2 baby daddies, and it's just when young, that's all they know. It's kind of hard to get them to see otherwise until they make the mistakes. Then they finally realize, okay, this is not to go. By then, it's just done.
You saying for the women?
Women and men. Like I say, when I was younger, we weren't talking about buying bras and throwing money in the air, and we were fighting over no bras. So we didn't have this internet. We were just normal people just doing what I consider to be normal stuff. But now with all this technology, it's not normal. You got this computer love and all these websites, Instagram, women, they celebrities. You got women who are ugly as hell. Tons of 8,000 kids thinking that they're a diva because dudes online be hitting them up. It's like you can't compete with that. There's no way to reverse that. Her head is so messed up that it's like the young men, I hate it for them. They got competition that's beyond belief that they really can't compete with because these women got so many vices now where dudes are just groveling and kissing the butt and I do anything for you and I'll pay your bills and
Come on, didn't they make a song like that in the 80s? I'll do anything for you. So technically, all these young people, everything you're talking about, it was done before they were born. They were just all they did was they turned it up.
But the issue is, I know I had a conversation this morning on the podcast that was talking about that. But the issue is, being my age, I was younger. I'm sorry. When I was younger, we knew that was entertainment. You got some dudes actually believe, baby. I don't know if I can say his name. I don't want to get sued. But you got some dudes who understood that was entertainment and not a lifestyle. But these dudes nowadays, it's a lifestyle. They think that's what they're supposed to because everyone's telling them you must praise women. She's a queen and she can't do no wrong. And there's no one there to tell the dude any different because the father's not there and his friends are suckers. So it's like they don't see light. You understand what I'm saying? Because no one had to show me the light. I saw it myself.
Well, I was fortunate to have both my parents, so I know what marriage is. I know what a relationship is, and all the couples in our family, we ain't had all these different issues that Ted talking about as far as trying to love and all this. I know what it is.
Back in the days, you had to actually communicate. You had to talk to a girl. She had to talk. You had to exchange numbers. You had to go to her place and go for a walk. You actually got to know each other. Now it's just like a text message, and I'm sorry.
I was saying you had to go to her dad and her mom.
Yeah, you actually met people. Like when
And
I was younger, my father, when I say with my father, he was a good man. Because I was brainwashed by my mother. But when I went through my father, any friends I had, he had their parents and they had to meet him. He had to come over to their house and vice versa. My mother never met any of my friends or just parents or even knew where they stayed or knew where I was when I left the house. My father kept up with everything that I did, and I had a certain parameter that I couldn't go outside of. With my mother, I can go to a whole other state at 13 and she wouldn't even know that I'd been in the line and back within the same day. So it's it gets frustrating because once again the children who pay the price are going to be the future leaders or future suckers who's going to give in because they don't know any better. It's like when I was young and I was never violent, I was never disrespected without tolerant repercussions. But as I got older, I realized, hey, I'm only hurting me. And then I had no right to put my hands on this person because they said something out their mouth, because that's their right. And if I hurt him or her, I also hurt their parents, I hurt their loved ones. It's not just that particular person. And I hurt myself. But I had to learn that through time. But at the time when I was doing it, I wasn't concerned with it. That's what I'm saying about the younger people. When they're doing this messed up they're doing, they're not concerned with it. But as they get older, they're gonna look back. But by then it's too late.
So here's a question. I'm going to offer another perspective through a question, and I'm asking this because I hear, see the comments. The internet is a weapon with endless validation for women. I understand that, and Matrix 3 and the virus that's unstoppable. I hear all that, right? So if you think of like I said, your brain is like an operating system in a computer, and it gets hacked and they drop a virus in it. So if you look at that as modern day warfare, which you call psychological warfare, and now I'm going to combine that with a comment that you said is that women are not smarter than men. So are you saying men lost? Because psychological warfare may be the most vicious warfare because it's invisible. There's no guns, no bombs, no tanks, no planes. It's psychological. Are you saying women outsmarted men and that men should just lay down and die?
No, what I'm saying is that men are still caught up in a trying to do things the right way, caught up in have direction and a goal. Whereas women, they're not smarter logically, but they're more conniving. Whereas men are not really conniving. We try to do stuff the right way. We want to do stuff we want to love and care for. But we're too ignorant to understand that we're being taken advantage of because we're trying to be right, whereas they're not righteous. They're just slick. And men go for it. Oh, she whatever. It's like men just fall for the okie doke. They really fall for it. That's what I'm saying. It's like men would not be able to take over until they start falling for the okie doke and understand human nature. I'm 47. I'm still learning more day. Like when I go out, I'm not mean, but I have a certain aura about me that when people, men and women, see me, they like, this dude different. And step aside, they call me sir. I have no issues. But I see another cat who don't have the same aura. It's like the young cats don't have the aura. To them, it's all about money. You got to have these diamonds. You got to have the 38s on your car. They don't understand just character. They don't understand just principles and morals. They understand you got to have on the latest gear. You got to
understand. But my question is, should men say, hey, we've been defeated, we lost, and lay down and die? That's my question.
I'm going to give you my honest review. As far as the younger generation of men.
No. Men. I'm saying men. I'm not putting an age on it. Should men just lay down and die?
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
Why not?
It's like, I don't agree. No, I'm not saying that.
Well, why not?
Why
shouldn't they?
Because anything worth having is worth working hard for, putting the work in to achieve it. But everybody's not achieve it. There are a
Whoa,
few
whoa,
who
whoa,
do.
whoa. I just want to know why not. But see, if you understand that even you can be hacked and have a virus planted in you, how do you handle this?
You handle it from
See, because if you're in a psychological war, that means you may not be armed for that.
they have to come to understand that first that they're being in that psychological war. They have to understand they have been brainwashed, but not a lot of them is get. But once the ones who do get it, acknowledge it, then they can do what's best for them and try to talk to people. But I think the majority overrules the minority in this situation because it's just so far gone now. I just don't really see the minority become the majority in this day and age, as far as the men who actually, because we have very few outlets, we have very few forms of communication. That's the opposite.
Listen, I just want to know if you're saying men shouldn't lay down and die, and you understand that the war is psychological, right? So that means that the weapons are invisible, and if you're not armed for invisible weapons, you're just going to get hit one after another. You can see that, right?
Only thing I can really say to point blank, very few men get it as far as percentage wise. The majority men don't, in my opinion, nowadays, and I just don't really see it getting better. It's a wrap. I think that society has been brainwashed, like psychological warfare. It's like back in the politics, that wasn't that long ago. If you even mentioned certain things, people would lose. Like my mother, if I even met Trump, she watches CNN. She used to CNN. She loves CNN and MSN, all these stupid stations, and she believes everything they tell her. When I can show her facts to counter what we told her, she gets mad and throws a tantrum. I literally have to leave the house.
I want to talk about psychological warfare. So
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So
I mean, people have been. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know who the first and most important woman is for every man to check, right? To put in check. Do you know who that?
His mother.
Exactly. And if you cannot put your mother in check, and most guys need to do that early on, not when you're 30. But if you haven't and you're 30 or 40, you do it when you do it. But it needs to happen early, late teens, early 20s. Because if you can't put your mother in check, you're never going to be able to put any other woman in check.
Well, that's I mean, my mother, we went through so much because she was so controlling and I wasn't with it. And she realized I wasn't with it. So we fell out even more because she kept trying harder to control me. And it was like, only reason I even let you do this because you're my mother. But she didn't really get that. Not a woman, I would let get away with this. So today will never be the same, but we've always conflict because even as a child, I realized something's wrong here. This is not, it don't feel like her telling me this and that and trying to take advantage and control me. Even though her son, that's besides the fact. I thought something was wrong. So we've always had conflict. But because that's my mother, at each other all the time, but men like me, when I was younger, they don't have this same intellect to know that something's wrong. They literally see her as a queen, the boss, and they would do anything for her. That's my mama, and I would do this and that. They don't have anything to counter that.
That's part of the psychological warfare. If you are unable to put your mother in check, then other women will walk on you, and you've been set up. You won't know where.
Totally agree.
You won't know where to put your foot down. You won't know where. You won't know how to even qualify a woman. Like someone was saying that if she's giving feminist talking points, let her go. You don't need to arm wrestle with her.
I fully agree. I fully agree with you.
And if all men see, this is what I'm getting at. If women understand, like people say, women being on code. So if women are on code and they systematically get the man out the house because they've been hacked and they went with it, and the guy bent over and let the woman kick him out and didn't take a stand, because there are guys who did take a stand and said, no, it's not happening, not welfare, none of that. We're going to work this through. The guys who didn't do that, they set it up so that their sons get the virus. They get hacked and they get the virus. And now whatever the virus tells them to do, they are doing it. Until some man comes along and helps to pull that virus out of his brain, that is where he's going. And as someone said, in the end, women are still going to come back to men, because when things get rough, they get chaotic, they get dangerous, and ultimately, we still need natural resources, and women have not. If women didn't need men, they would have packed up, left, and went to an island and created their own civilization. Or they would be creating women-only companies. They're not doing that. They know they can just do and say as they please, as you said, without consequences. And it's men who are allowing it. Wherever there are men, where there is feminism. Wherever there's no feminism, it's because there are men there. It's men are the last stand.
That's why I say it's about control.
But a man is the last stand. If women need to extract oil and iron and copper and salt and refine water and do all those things, they need men for that. Women are not doing that. Otherwise, they would have packed up and left.
But let me state this, though. I fully agree with you.
So it's men. Look, they're young guys who some don't know what we're talking about, but they're curious, right? They understand we're saying something. Why would men be saying this stuff? And they may be defensive. And you're talking about my mother. I can't put my mother in check. But if you speak to them like men, even if they're 16 years old,
I fully agree with you.
It's men who have to take back their power, because what are women going to do? Beat us up?
But I understand what you're saying, but there's many aspects to this as far as power and control. Now, are we referring to relationships, or are we referring to what aspect? Because it depends. In a relationship, okay, well, for relationship wise, why I see messing, because once again, they're taught to be a gentleman and be considerate and be the provider and be the one who takes the higher road. They don't hold a woman to the flame. I'm going
to be rude. The one thing that men need to learn is women have to earn that. You don't get that.
I agree with you. They don't hold her to the flame. They just see she's fine, and she that's all the woman really has to do is to qualify for a lot of these dudes is be fine or give them some attention. These dudes just go for it. They don't know nothing about her intellect. They haven't held to the flame. They don't know they haven't tested her. They go by what she said, not by what she does. It's like they don't really understand. The woman can play the role and pretend to be a certain way. When that's written out her, these dudes don't really know how to get to the center. They just go by the superficial and assume that everything is cool and that she's with it.
Talk about that. What do dudes need to do to get to the center?
Well, first, the dude has to know what his agenda is, because a lot of these young cats' agenda is strictly sex, or they have just to say they got a woman.
And they don't really. Let me say this: what boys and men are taught is that they only want one thing, and that is you want to talk about programming, indoctrination. Men really do want more than sex if you're going to have a woman in your life. Because if it's just for sex, you can buy that and then tell her to go home. So a lot of guys have been tricked into believing that's what manhood is all you want is sex. So that's one of the first things when you talk about a virus and being hacked, is that young dudes need to get that out of their head, that they actually.
Yeah, I agree. But this is where the problem lays. These young men eat these.
Hey, I lost you. What'd you say?
These young men, they meet these women, and the man is on the logical standpoint. He's thinking that they're on the same page, they're vibing. Let's go ahead and get a house, apartment, whatever together. She's in a role. He gets invested. He thinks she's on his team. When he doesn't realize she's really playing him and scheming on him. And she's building up her when you got reinforcements in case one thing doesn't work out, they got their backup. The young man understands that he's being set up, that she's thinking this is what he's supposed to do, that she's supposed to sit back and benefit from it and give a
Right.
little something, but not much. These
Right.
young men don't know that they're being set up. And by they realize the damage has been done, and the girl now she is so crazy now. Whereas I want to trust people, but you literally can't because you was probably played. You might not, but my instincts tell me I'm gonna get played to believe my instincts, then regret not going with them later on. So it's like how did I'm gonna go back to what I just said. The dudes don't hold a woman to the flame. They don't test them. They don't test their loyalty. They don't test their sincerity. They just take her word for it. She's fine and she's with me, and that's all that matters. They don't really go any further. They don't go past the surface. Like I tell dudes, test your woman. I tell a lot of dudes, test your woman. Test your woman.
What do you mean? How do you get past the surface then?
Well, for example, I tell a lot of dudes, test your woman. They be like, I say, okay, you know where she works. You know where she eats at, she hangs at. See if she'll get with another dude. It may sound insecure, whatever, but to me, it's just logic. See if she'll get with another dude. Have a dude do this and that. She'll know you set it up, and she'll fall for it. And I've seen women fall for it. I've had women where they man is just sleeping next to me on the floor and want to slip number. But dudes don't test their woman to see her where she's really at. They just go by what she has shown him as far as an illusion, mirage, and you can't tell them any different. You try to tell them, they really like you. So it's like these dudes just got to find out, hopefully learn from the experiences to become wiser and understand you can't trust nobody and just put them to the test. So you must test them.
What do you think of having the tough conversations, like important stuff, like you really want to know about her? And
I love having that.
And
I love having that.
She tries to deflect. She gets emotional, and most guys will be afraid that he's going to miss out on sex and she's going to walk away. So
dudes who worried about sex, to me, they're suckers. To me, sex to me, at certain age, it's like it's no big thing to me. It's sex. It's nothing new. It's like nothing new to me. But I just think of dudes, and they have this conversation. These women lie. They will lie to you and act like they're on your team. That's why I'm saying he must keep his foot on her, look at everything she does, not what she says. Not what she said. I don't believe nothing a woman says to me. She can tell me she loves me and cry all she wants. I ain't believing that shit. But a lot of dudes, they fall, okay, you right, I'm sorry. And they don't get it that their nature is incredibly slick. And by the time they come to their senses, the damage has been done. And then they start hatred for women. And it's like,
hold it. You're going. What I wanted to stay focused on was when women get upset, when you want to have a tough conversation, and she basically will.
That's hard to do.
She will manipulate that. That's why I want to stay on this. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's hard. And even for me, I've had that conversation, and it's hard.
Okay. See
that. Go get a polygraph. You can bring the polygraph test to your house.
No polygraph. No polygraph, Kendrick. This is what men. This is what. Look. Most people don't own a polygraph, and they're not going to pay to have that done. Most men need to know how to handle this with their own intellect. That's what you need to. Your brain is a great tool. And one of the ways a woman will just forget a polygraph, she's not going to take that. How are you going to get her to force her to take a polygraph if she won't even talk about it? So I'm not.
I got my ways.
All right.
I got my ways indeed.
Okay. So
what you saying? Honesty in a woman, to me, is damn impossible. I've had conversations with them.
No. Hold on. I want to stay with when you need to have a tough conversation, an uncomfortable one, and women know how to exit. You're saying it's tough for a reason, because she's going to get upset, she's going to get emotional, and she's going to figure out a way to exit it. And she's going to say, you're trying to control and dominate me. This is toxic masculine. All of these things are going to be thrown at you. And trying to bring a polygraph into that is not even going to help, because if she's trying to avoid the conversation, she's not going to take a polygraph.
You know what most
deviate from the question, right?
No, listen. I'm not talking about whether she's lying. I'm not getting into that. I'm not like how many men did you sleep with? Did you cheat on? I'm talking about having conversations with a woman and she doesn't want to talk about it. Because if she talks about it, she starts revealing things about herself, and she will figure, and so that will become a pattern. That will become part of your relationship. And I'm talking about up front as you're getting to know her. See, that's where she gauges you in your manhood.
I think that's when men need to learn how to move on, because if I'm speaking to a woman and she's just acting, give me all these red flags, to me, it's a wrap. I'm not taking it any further. I'm going to move on because I'm patient. I don't really need anybody in my life to be happy, but I'm patient to wait until I feel someone who fits the criteria comes along. But a lot of people don't have the patience. They just want it. She's the one, or they just got to make this particular one work.
You're taking us off topic again. I don't want to go off topic.
Keep me in check. I'm trying.
This is where it's almost like she's testing your manhood.
Yeah, I agree.
So yes, you could walk away, right? And then the next guy walks away, and then she may say, "Hey, well, I've got to change my strategy." But if you do what you said, hold her feet to the fire. And this is where men have to learn to be more savvy in their communication without letting a woman lead him. And by that, I mean, she gets emotional and reactionary. Don't you follow that path and do the same thing. You hold her to the conversation. Look, I understand this is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for me, except I think it's important because I really do want to get to know you. Now, if I can't, how do I engage with a woman and I can't get to know her? Like, if this is just going to be about sex, that's cool. Then I'll stop asking you questions. And this is just about sex. But if you want to be seen more than a piece of ass, we have to have some adult conversations. It's like men need to be able to stand their ground and hold a woman to adulthood, not the childish emotional outburst that allows her to be the slippery eel and get out of the conversation.
I agree, but a lot of them will run from that. It's like they cannot. It's like children; they can't handle it.
That's why I'm not letting this conversation get away, because
they can't handle it though. They'll sit here and they cannot. I'm not saying all.
That's why we're having this conversation, because men need to know this is a critical, a pivotal point in getting to know a woman. She will do this, and she will try it again and again, and she will get upset. She will be angry. But here's the deal. When she starts talking it through and she says something, now, if it's something that you can't accept, understood, you can let her know. But if she actually starts talking to you, she's actually going to start developing a level of trust with you if you're less judgmental with her. But the deal is, you cannot let her off the hook. Whatever conversation you want to have as a man, you have a right. See, as a human being, you have a right to know whatever you want to know about that person before you invite them into your life. See, it's your life. Every man has a right to choose what woman comes in his life, and he has a right to know whatever he wants to know about her. Otherwise, she has to accept her position as a piece of ass, and I will call you when I need you.
The thing with that, though, most women who I have had that conversation with, who is on the side, they've already been pretty much damaged goods. They're usually at a certain age where they realize, okay, I can't do that bullshit no more. I need to be right. I need to get my head right. Then they'll get on page, but by then they got so much baggage. They done been so much bull.
I understand. What? Look. Here's. I'm gonna say this again. Women are water, and that is the way their brain works. When they've done this with neural imaging, and women make up complete stories in their head. They manufacture them about things that never happen. Men don't do that. That's why we're more stable and logical. Women go all over the place. So if you see that as water, a man has to be like a container to hold that water. And if you're a container made of paper, she's going to eat you alive. And some guys, if you're steel, well, she'll know how to rust you and still eat you alive. This is what I'm getting at. Men have to be if you're a container made of gold, water cannot rust gold. If you're porcelain, it can't erode or rust that. Men have to, and I've seen it where a couple of comments, men understand that you have to develop yourself first, and your development is more important than her comfort. And
I agree with you, but at what point does a man say it's not worth it with her?
Exactly. What I'm also getting at is that if you make it a practice in your life to hold a woman's feet to the fire and hold her accountable, you have a right to know what you want to know, because otherwise there's no reason to give her access to your life or to you or your resources.
I agree with you. I fully agree. But going back to what I said earlier, a lot of these women do not put forth the efforts. Too many other dudes out here who won't put them through that, who will let them use her, who let her use them. There are a lot of women like, okay, I understand what he's saying, but I don't want to put up with all this because whatever reason they have, when they got all these other dudes who ain't gonna send it through all that, who'll let her take full advantage of them. They're running away from men who we consider to be, I don't like the term real man, but they.
If all men start to participate, see, this is what I was saying. Women will get on code. If men understand that this is getting on code and holding their feet to the fire, they'll have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go. And
I mean, yeah, speaking logically, yes. The fact is they do.
Men still hold, even though women are in HR, men are still the ones who build the companies. That the women want to work in companies built by men. There's a reason they don't go work in companies where it's only women. And there are too many case studies. I did a video on that already. There's a reason. And that women won't take away, because men build civilizations, not women.
Okay, but let me go back to human nature. She gets a man who does all of that. He's on point. He's at the conversation. But when she meets that other dude once again, who interests her human nature, that would throw her off mentally, because even though she knows this one dude, like I say about the water, and he's held her to the flame and all that stuff there, but she's at work wherever, sees this other dude, the playboy, her human nature, even though she may try to fight it, it might not be him, but the next, eventually she's going to give in because of her nature. So it's like what the man does or qualifies her as, she would eventually come across these other dudes who appeal to her natural nature of sexuality. So it's like you can do everything you can as a man to do the right thing, make sure she's in line, all this other stuff, but she cannot fight her human nature.
Well, I'm talking about instilling discipline into your relationship, right?
That's what I'm saying. You can do that.
It's not that you're being a gentleman. She's got to earn it every second of the day.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I fully agree with you. But I'm saying a woman's nature, regardless of what the man has done or installed in her, she would still often fall victim to her nature. It comes to
there are women like that. But I think that Sean Hensley, he's been putting some good comments, and one he mentioned about socioeconomics. So there are certain socioeconomic classes you should probably stay away from.
Well, in what aspect do you mean?
And I understand. Look, I understand that even women who come from more affluent classes will still cheat. I understand
Oh,
that.
money got nothing to do with. Most women I deal with always made such amount of money, and
No, no,
believe
no,
me,
no, no, no,
they.
no. I said socioeconomic class, not money. See, there are lots of poor people with
That's what I'm saying. Explain a little bit more for me, because right now I'm not really catching. I get what you're saying, but make sure we're on the same page.
right. So socioeconomic class has to do with the environment you grew up with, right? So you didn't come out of the projects, get a Harvard MBA, and then make money as an attorney making $300,000, $400,000, or an investment banker making seven figures. Now I'm talking about people who were raised in an environment, and there's more than one or two generations where they have a much better understanding of, and I'm saying this because in these affluent classes, their divorce rates are lower and the marriage rates haven't dropped. But for the average person in the U.S., marriage rates are they're at historical lows.
So that goes to as far as what they've been exposed to.
That well, it's what they have seen how working that a relationship is a team sport. And so you may be more likely that woman knows that if you're a businessman, you have a business, she's going to help you. She may help within a business because she has that expertise, or she's going to go out and network and bring you business. Now she has a vested interest. She's got skin in the game now. That's a very different woman.
I mean, I get everything, man. To me, I do. I mean, really, to me, it sounds good because it's logical and
No,
you know, it's like
I've seen it work. I've seen it. It's not.
I'm not saying it doesn't work, but
Right.
there are a lot. I mean, I can't say that just enough people in them classes that don't have issues and got divorced. I don't know about the percentage rate, but
It's low. It's very low.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I get exactly.
Their marriages are not built on money. Their marriages are built on compatibility. There are case studies of the man losing everything and they slept out of his car and that woman went nowhere. She was right there. And at some point they turned it around and they were successful. One person who's famous who went through that is Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Are you familiar with that book?
I've heard of it, but I haven't read it.
Yep. So he is one such man who lost it all, and he was married, and his wife slept in the car with him. They lost everything. So I'm saying that there are just people.
But that's I don't think that's the norm, though.
It's more than what you think, because you read these case studies of wealthy people who lost things, lost it all, had to go to work. A wife who never had to work had to work. It happens more than you think, but what holds them together is compatibility. And those guys, those kind of men, they have zero tolerance for nonsense. And the women understand that. And they understand the rules of engagement. And if they're going to stay with that man, they need to be on his code instead of the woman code.
I consider it to be the exception. To be honest with you, I think that's the exception to the rule. I could be wrong. That's just my personal point of view.
It's an exception only in the sense that it's a smaller percentage of the population. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because they have a higher chance of a successful marriage, and it's because the men are holding the mental structures of the discipline of the relationship, and they're not laying down for their women to run over them.
Okay, what's that movie that Will Smith played in? Pursuit of Happiness.
Right, yeah.
Let's take that for example, because that's the only example I can think of right now. You may be familiar with. I believe that more. But once again, that particular individual in that movie was an extreme exception to the rule. A lot of men who in real life would try to do what he did in that movie wouldn't have been successful. He just happened to get the law firm and get the job and all of that, or all the other men, but it's like he was the exception. I think the majority is not going to be on the same, it's not going to have the same end result.
But here's the problem. No one wants to learn what the exceptions are doing. And when I'm sitting here talking
that makes
about
sense.
if you keep saying it's the exception and never learn what's actually happening in the exception, they will have the secret. It's not the secret sauce, but they will be successful, and everyone else will keep thinking it's just some outlier, and you never actually learn what's happening, and you really can. So then the rest of the people will say, well, there's nothing we can do about it. And that's why I asked the question, should men just roll over and die? Because those guys are not. Even when they lose it all and are sleeping out the car, their women stay with them. Now, that's not happening.
I think they both want it bad enough. They both must be vested and want the same outcome. That's the only way I can see that happening. They both must be on the same page and want the same outcome. But I don't see that happening.
The same page means compatibility.
Exactly.
Not, and it has nothing to do with love.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's like, are we compatible? Like our values, the way we pursue success, the way we pursue happiness, the way we want to raise our children, where we want to live, how we resolve conflict. All of those things need to be compatible.
I fully agree. I mean, but I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just saying it sounds good, but in reality, I just don't see a lot of women being that page. They don't have the patience, and they have too many other options where they can get it quick. Even though it may not be long term, it'll be quick for like the time, even though it's gonna die off soon.
No question. The only thing I'm saying, and I'll go back to it, wherever feminism doesn't exist, it's because men are there. See, until men take their rightful place in society, they'll let women fill that void.
Okay, well, to the point we are now, this took decades to get to this point. So for men to return and regain their right, like you were saying, it didn't happen overnight to get to where we are now. So it's going to take a while, quite a while, for it to get back on track.
Why?
And
why? What are women going to do? Clean up? Or are they going to move away and go form their own country in another place?
No, we know that's not possible, but it's just the mindset these days is so. It's possible, anything is possible, but the way things are now, especially with the female mentality and society and what been taught to the boys who are now men, it's going to take some hell of a to get that even to a point where it would be recognized that an attempt is being made as far as a movement to regain it. And that's going to take, it took decades to get to this bad point we in. It's going to take decades to get out of it.
So you're saying women outsmarted men?
No, not outsmarted. It's just people have been conditioned and brainwashed to think a certain way that by the time they realize it, it's going to be extremely hard to write it.
Do you understand if you allow that to happen, you were outsmarted?
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm speaking as far as the generations before us who are in charge of the future.
The generations before us are the ones who are outsmarted, and they pass that on to their sons.
Yeah, I agree with this. That's what I'm saying.
So who's going to stop the cycle? The next generation?
I really don't see it, because I think more is going to be pressed with media and etc. to continue to want to empower women and put men down. And a lot of men be like, well, I see nothing wrong with it. That's just my personal point of view. I just don't see men who have issues with what they're seeing now of the younger generation. I really don't see a lot of men who are fighting and combating what's going on now because all they saw growing up.
If men think there's nothing you can do about it, then they might as well roll over and die.
That is a possibility. Because I talk to a lot of young men, and it's like the conversation is ridiculous. They responses and their mindset, I can't even conversate with them. I hear them, but it's like he's a lost cause. I'll talk to another individual, he's a lost cause. Most dudes I speak to who get it are usually my age. The younger generation, I've seen very few who actually understand and see something's wrong. Very few. I'm not saying there's not a lot out there.
Sim, mas eu quero falar contigo em outro idioma. Você não pode entender-me. Não, right? So whatever I said if I speak to you in another language, you don't understand me. I said that in Portuguese. You're speaking another language to them. They didn't learn that language. If I want you to communicate with me in Portuguese, I need to be responsible for helping you understand that language.
That's the thing. You just said communication. Communication, I think we're off track because I speak to, like I said, men I do speak to who are young. They talk about stuff I relate to. They bring up certain artists I've never heard of. They talk about video games. They talk about stupid stuff that I can't relate to. So it's like our communication is not there because we're on two different levels. They're trying to get me to understand their level and vice versa, and we just not really clicking.
But you know it's universal manhood. Because see, there are guys their age in the Middle East who are not allowing that stuff. They were not given that language, right? They were not given the language of feminism. So manhood is universal. It has nothing to do with your age and what you were indoctrinated with. It's still he's still going to be a man. And his biochemistry is so different from a woman that it will have him make decisions that a woman won't make.
Most men I speak to now who are younger, their woman is literally running them.
Look, this is not new. This has been happening before they were born. That's why they're allowing it to happen, because they saw their fathers do it. Women lead from the bottom. You know, when you're having sex with a woman, if you're on top, it seems like you're the one who's in control. Except a lot of women lead from the bottom, and that's what's happening in relationships. Women will say, make him feel like he's in control, but really she's leading him from the bottom. And see, part of the reason women will go to the bad boy and the thug is because she knows she can't lead him from the top or the bottom.
I agree with.
So and the affluent guy, the women know they're not going to lead him either. And so even if those couples that are affluent, most of them were not affluent when they met. They were just average middle class. The woman knew how to pick the winning horse. And then she knew how to comport herself, how to engage the winning horse. Like a lot of women will find the winning horse and put a plow on his ass and have him, plowing the fields instead of having him out as a thoroughbred. That and some guys allow that to happen to them, and they get crushed.
Now, I'm gonna go by what the gentleman just posted about having a plan for his own life. I agree, but a lot of these younger men don't have a plan for their life. They're trying to build together with her and hope it'll come together, whereas he didn't really have his stuff together before he got with her. So he's kind of caught up in the midst.
But she
doesn't really have to.
We have to not condemn a 25-year-old guy for that.
No, I agree with it. That's what I'm saying.
Waiting at the finish line, it's okay if he's like that. But women, see, this is where women don't know how to pick the winning horse. At 25 or 22, they only know how to pick him after he wins the race.
But usually nowadays, by then, they've already gotten pregnant. They've already got all these tattoos. Exactly. They already got a mindset.
Exactly. So look, Sean said something else Women don't want to work. Create a way that she can avoid going to work by contributing at home. See, there needs to be new conversations between men and then men and women. And I got it. So there have been conversations that have been happening for decades. As men, if we accept those and we roll over and die, those conversations are going to dominate the country and eventually the world. But men can actually do something, because in the end, women will not want to be the ones drilling oil and going into coal mines. We're still going to need that stuff. And they won't want to be on the front lines of the military.
Let me put it like this. A certain amount of men who are so-called successful, the percentage is very small.
Right.
Speaking in general. It's going to be the
Correct.
same thing in relationships. Men who actually get it, who understand what we're talking about, the percentage has, in my opinion, always be very small. They're the one who benefiting from the fruits of their labor, but the majority, in my opinion, is going to be the opposite. So you have the men who do get it, who will make a difference, but that difference is just going to pertain to a small percentage of people. The majority, in my opinion, is going to be just out there doing the same stupid stuff and just creating the same.
Think of it as that small percentage as being almost like a secret society, and they know the rules of engagement. Can you see it if we discuss it that way? Can you see it being that way?
No, I fully agree with you on that.
No. So it's like a secret society, right? And the only people in that class or in that secret society are the only ones to know the rules of engagement. If I am now presenting to you the rules of engagement for that secret society, at what point do you stop and listen to me?
It has to be in him. It's like I've always been an oddball.
No. It's like a language. It's like a language.
No, that's what I'm saying.
At what
I've
point?
always been an odd.
Okay,
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. It's like I'm using me again for an example. I've always been an oddball because a lot of dudes who will be around me would be like, they would be skeptical about what I say, how I present myself until they actually see it. Whereas they would get with any and everybody, whereas me, who they thought was 10, I'd be like, nah, she's a 4. And this and that, I'm not studying her, man. You must be gay because all these women I'm turning down, according to them. But it's like when they finally see, damn, because for me, who gets it, she would let it be known. But it's like 1 out of 100 who actually would get it. So I get that 1, but they got them 99, and they finally realize, even though I got all these women, the woman who came to Sam was on point. They got it. They was ready. They was for it. But that was only 1 out of 100. So for them, they can't get on my level because it's just a different mentality. I get it. And they understand the right woman chose me because she was willing to accept and respect and comply to my demands. But they're not going to turn down 99 women to wait for that 1 like I was.
I understand. But if they don't understand the rules of engagement to make it work, then they will continue doing the same things.
That's the point that I'm making. The majority is not going to be on board.
But they don't even know that. That's why I'm saying the rules of engagement are only taught in a secret society, which you call the affluent class. The rest are not learning the rules of engagement. So if I'm sitting here talking to you about the rules of engagement that are taught in that secret society, at what point do you just listen and ask questions about how to implement them and get a deeper understanding of it? At what point does that happen?
I think it's at a point where it's just recognized. I think it just has to be recognized by an individual who recognize your potential and sees that you have something in common, and they want to be on board because it's like an unspoken understanding. It's like
So
it's not as I'm sorry, go ahead.
What if we have 500 guys who are listening somewhere and they are interested, but they just didn't know it because they never heard this before?
Well, I can't get into what if. I mean, but I can speak. Here's another example. For example, when I was younger, I knew a lot of dudes who were so-called killers, and everybody would be on their job, be kissing their butt, be praising them. Whereas me, I didn't do none of that. And when we had a conversation, he realized, okay, this dude is different. Now, me and him, we was cool. He respected me because he understood. I don't care if you killed 20 people that morning. You talking to me now. And we would get cool because I would tell him to his face, if you did what you said you did, what you say you got, we would have met eventually and not have been on good terms. And they respect the fact that I'm honest with them, and we become cool. But I'm just one out of all the other dudes who kiss their butt. So it's like, it's going to be the minority, like you say, the secret society and etc. But if the minority gets it, that still leaves the mass who don't. And there's no way to really persuade them.
Look, the way feminism started was with the minority, and it spread like a virus.
You got a point there. I think, but they had the media and all these people behind them trying to push it.
Bro, this happened before the media, man. This happened before there was even TV or radio. Is when they started.
I don't know about. Okay, maybe you educate me.
Absolutely, it was happening before TV and radio. It just made it easier with TV and radio. And the internet just made it.
I mean, I want you to educate me on that. So how, when you say it started, then, because for my age, I just recognized it from back in my days, from like the 50s and 60s.
So in 1837, this French guy coined the term feminism, and the intent of feminism was it's really synonymous with socialism, and you get the man out the house. So it was starting to be pushed back then. By the 1860s, it was disguised. They disguised it in different ways. Women's suffrage. Then in the 1920s, women's right to vote. So it's always been disguised as something else, but it's being pushed.
And let me ask you, how many young men have you spoken to, though, would you consider on a regular basis that you actually have dialogue with, face to face?
Very few. It's usually through social media.
That's the point that I'm making. Everything, it's the foundation that was set is no longer present, because most of my stuff is face to face. I don't like to read text or do the phone. I like to do face to face. But a lot of people now, they don't even want to talk on the phone. They rather test. So it's hard to really communicate.
Through social media, social media is a platform that allows you to reach more people.
Oh, of course. But I'm just old school in my way. I like to do face to face where they can see my expression here and just actually get the whole environment. But it's very rare. When I'm online, when they're reading what I say, they misinterpret, because you can easily misinterpret what's being read instead of heard.
I understand, but listen. Here's the deal. If you're in a battle and you don't know it, and you're not armed for the weapons they have, you're standing there with your, AK-47, and they're using invisible weapons like psychological warfare. Your AK-47, they'll actually give you an AK-47 and have you shoot everyone on your side because they got you with psychological warfare. And if you look at that, that's exactly what's happening.
So what are the younger men to do with these women who have all this protective and prestige and entitlement? What can these young men possibly do to counter that? They may stand and project who they are. Once again, these women got other options. We have to put up with that. So it's like, how do you see these men reverse this when women got all these options, but they don't have to put up with that? They can just go next door and get someone who's going to give them exactly what they want and tell them what they want to hear.
No question. Absolutely, that's going to happen, right? So the first thing I would suggest is men first work on themselves, because in our society, it's set up for women to lead men. It's like this guy, Sean, wrote a comment. They probably told you think too much, right? So women use stuff like that.
I get that all the time.
Right. You think too much. So then you stop asking questions. You stop the interview. Like, now she's leading you. But that's a leading from the bottom. She's not telling you that she's leading you, but she got you to stop. She got you to comport to what she wants. She's shaping you to what she wants.
That's all they think.
So I'm saying the first thing men need to be able to develop, they need to start focusing on developing their own minds. So you get your education, you get a job, I got it, or you get a trade like carpentry or electrician, crane operators. There are lots of um, crafts that men can engage in. But I really say that men have to develop their minds, because if we're in a psychological warfare, that is the thing that you have to get under control first. And I'm saying control to make the conversation easy, because someone else can easily control you if you haven't developed yourself fully.
Now, men do have, I'm not gonna say embarrassment, but when I have to men recently, I mean, like within the past month at my new location, I tell them, I try not to talk about my past because I don't want to seem like I'm trying to. It just, for some reason, younger men like chaos and what they want to call thugging and street life, and I try not to talk about that because I don't want to go there with them. But when they hear some things I tell them, they agree and they respect it, but then they kind of run away and drift off because they realize I can't really talk to him because it's gonna make me look stupid. I really can't communicate with him because we're not on the same level, and they don't really know what to say. They'll listen, but at a certain point, stop listening because they're too far gone and they haven't been through to really say what they can relate. So it's like they kind of stir away. We speak, but they run away. I've had some people whose mother said, "Don't talk to Sam," because she wanted to fuck me. But she realized I didn't want to do that with her. She tells her son, "Don't talk to him," or he gets just weird.
You're taking us somewhere else. So you asked what?
Yeah, right. Well, a lot of men run from what I think is knowledge. What I think is real,
then
apply, but knowledge is not.
So if you're going to intentionally put yourself in front of men, then I suggest you put yourself in front of men who have a higher ambition. Because when I am speaking to guys who are in their 20s, they actually engage me. They actually come to me and say, I want the benefit of your seasoned wisdom. And let me tell you the challenges I'm having in my relationship. Should I do this? They actually have conversations. And when I make the suggestion, they actually put it into act. They actually do it. So that
happened too.
That's what I'm getting. So, but these are guys who are they're about something. They're ambitious. Usually, I'm seeing them in the gym, and there's a level of respect, because even though they know I'm older, they see my commitment to physical fitness, and they see me as an example of, oh wow, when I get older, I can still be healthy, right? I don't have to go for the normal, fat out of shape and I'm dying and suffering. So there's a level of respect that they see from my commitment. And like I think you said before, if they listen to you, they'll hear, okay, he's got something to say. So they have good conversations with me, and they ask me questions that are important. So,
but then a lot of times these men are in relationships, or they got baby mamas, or they stay with a broad, and I've actually had them introduce me to their woman to talk to them. And then a day or two later, they will call me mad at me because I had to talk with a man, and the man came home and packed his shit, and now he's ready to go. They're like, "Sam, what did you tell him?" I'm like, "I just had a man talk with him," and I basically tell them the truth. And these dudes are like, "You're right," and they ready to dip. So it's like some men you can reach, but when I speak to them who really listen, they get it. But it's hard to explain, but it's like I try to teach them how to avoid the situation when situation becomes situation. And some of them react, but they still fall victim. It's really nothing. You're going to go back and forth. There's really no one way until he gets wisdom and gets experience. It's just hard because I try. When I speak to people, I speak from the heart, and they see that, they respect that. Not all can really stay around because they realize they're not ready.
Okay. But let's go back to where this conversation was. There's a secret society, and there are rules of engagement. If you don't teach the guys those rules of engagement, then they will pack their bags. So they may find out that the woman they're with is incompatible, and I understand that. However, if they understand the rules of engagement for this affluent society who keeps those rules a secret, that's why it's rare and it seems like no one else can do it. And they are the exceptions because they are not telling you exactly how they're making it work, except they are making it work. So if a man can understand what those rules of engagement are, and he infuses that into his relationship, either his woman is on board or she's not. And he's going to have to make a tough decision. But the deal is he's going to have to put his foot down in a way that she has a new respect for him.
That's another thing.
There's no way around that. Manhood is universal.
That's another thing too, though. When these dudes speak to me and I meet their woman and we talk and I tell them your woman's basically a you know what.
Okay.
And they'll bring a woman around me later on and I tell them the same thing. She's because I can recognize it like instantly. And I tell them she's a you know what. And he bring another woman around later on, might be a year or two later, and I see the same. It's like,
well, see,
these dudes.
Here's what's missing. They don't know how to interview a woman. See, if you just see that, you're just giving them the fish. You're giving them the answer. See, that's why I'm saying they have to learn the rules of engagement. I
tell them the rules to a certain point about what to expect, what she should do.
The rules of engagement to interview a woman. And so that's what we're getting into when a woman tries to manipulate and squeeze out, squirm out of a conversation because it's tough, it's uncomfortable, it's going to reveal too much, but you don't let her off the hook. No matter what she does, cries, you hold her feet to the fire. Those are rules of engagement. And then the more the man can know about her up front, then he has the right to make a choice as to whether he still wants to be there or not. But a lot of guys are not having that right to choose because the woman is he doesn't know how to find out what he needs to know.
I just think a lot of men need to be burnt. The gentleman saying about holding your hand on the flame of a stove, but they haven't been burnt. And if they have been burnt, learn from it.
This is the problem. This is what manhood is about, so that you actually are imparting tools and wisdom so they don't have. See, that's a poor man's path to have to get burnt every time to understand. That's not leveraging your ecosystem.
Let's just say this here. A man can have all the knowledge in the world that sounds good, but when, like you said, in a dark room behind closed doors, he'll still fall victim.
There's no one is a victim, and especially not men.
No, I'm saying he would still ignore his logic and his instincts and say, well, maybe she is different. And he didn't learn from the first one or two women.
No. There's not about maybe she's different. There's no maybe. I'm talking about eliminating that word maybe from your vocabulary. And you sit down. You sit this woman down. Most men don't know how to see, when I said what happens when you want to have a tough conversation, you said that's hard. I'm saying it's not hard. For me, it's not hard.
Yeah, I understand.
Those conversations are not hard. They get upset, they yell, they scream. If they want to hang up, all that stuff happens. And it's not that I don't care about her. I just don't care.
Yeah, I fully agree with you.
I'm not going to, I have no interest in being led by a woman, and I will tell her that. And anytime she shows any sign of attempting to lead me from bottom, top, or anything, and it's like Sean just said, a man must first have rules he lives by.
But that must be in him too, though. You can tell it must be in him to have that ability and skill in order to do that.
It was, see, if he doesn't have that language of setting rules and making it clear to the woman, see, that's a language by itself. These are part of a secret society. No one has anything in them when they're born. Nothing. These are things that you learn. You don't speak English when you're born. Whatever language is your part of your environment is the one you're going to learn. Whatever rules of engagement for relationships is in your environment, those are the ones you're going to learn. If you want to learn a new language, whether it's Mandarin or Japanese, or it's a language of relationships, at some point you're going to have to learn them. And it's
But
not
that's not all men are trying to learn it. Some men are just basic. They don't get it. They're not
most
trying to
men
get it.
don't know it exists. Most men don't even, you know what I'm talking about. Most men may not even know what I'm talking about. That's
Let me
why
get this example right here. Let me get the example right here. Let me get an example. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
no,
overtalk
go
you.
ahead. Give me the example. Go ahead.
When I used to go out, I don't go out anymore because it's just crazy out there and people are just crazy. I try to be low key. When I do go out, it's usually something I feel need to be done, or well, either way it goes. When I go out, say I go out with two of my associates. When we go out, I am the center of attention because it's something about me that makes it different from the other two dudes that I'm with. Even though, yeah, they got good jobs and money and whatever, but mentally and our aura is different. Whereas the women will get them a certain way, but they wouldn't speak to me. Half of them were afraid to even look at me, look away. And it's like, no matter what you tell her to do, if it's not in him, it's in him. But when I come around, that's why I said they used to call me, invite me to their house, my opinion on their new girl. And when she sees me, usually she's very defensive because of what he's done told her about me. When she sees me, she recognizes he's right. So it's like, no matter what you tell her to do, if it's not in him, because some dudes are just, no matter what you do, it's
Do
just not in him.
you know what's in every single person? Do you know what's in every single person?
I can't really give an answer to that because it's limitless. So I just have to listen to you.
No. The only thing you have in you is your environment. That's it. The reason you don't speak Mandarin is because it's not part of your environment. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
if you come from an environment that allows you to have great social skills and stand out, that's part of your environment. If you don't have that, it's not part of your environment. It just as you had it become part of your being, your existence is because it was part of your environment. So it's like I understand all of that, but that for me that's like so what, because all of that can be given to you if you create an environment that supports people getting it. Otherwise, you won't get it. You only have what your environment gave you. That's it. You don't have what your environment didn't give you. Otherwise, you'd be speaking 10 other languages.
Well, that's the problem, the environment.
And this is what I'm saying. So here's what social media does. It allows you to create a global environment that people can be in this conversation in real time, or they can get it as a recording. But there are rules of engagement. There are ways that men engage a woman. There are things that you want to know about her, and a lot of men are afraid to ask the questions they really want to ask because the woman will say you think too much, you ask too many questions, and that's his time to hold her feet to the fire, or she may not be mature enough to be with him, and he's going to have to accept that. Or he can say, look, I wanted to get to know you, but if this is just going to be about sex, I don't mind that. I don't need to get to know you if that's what this is about. Just tell me what you want. And she's now she's got to make a move, because either way she's setting herself up for what happens next. Or he can just walk away. But it's what I'm getting at is that if women have a code and they will use it to manipulate you. If you're not intelligent enough to distinguish the code that she's using with you to manipulate you, you will be led by a woman, whether it's your mother, the woman next door, or your female teacher. I don't care.
Well, that's where the man must learn how to separate his emotions from his logic.
What this is where it develop. This is where developing your mind first. This is you ask the question, what can men do? Well, this is where development, so that you don't get caught up in reactionary and do the things that your mother taught you because you were raised in a single family household. This is what people talk about: personal development, transformation, really learning how to think for yourself and distinguish from, this is what my environment taught me and it produces a result. But these are the outcomes that I really want in my life. And I'm going to have to think differently to get those new outcomes. That's going to require a different kind of development than what they give you in school, including in a university. That's what I'm getting at here.
No, I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Okay. All right. And so I'm saying it can be available because then you create an environment for men to actually acquire those tools so they can make different and better decisions. And whether it's for a job or a partnership in a business, or handling the women in their family, whatever it is in their life, they'll be better equipped to navigate through situations, whether it's comfortable or not.
I mean, what you're saying makes sense. Once again, I'm kind of on a what I consider to be realistic situation. I'm in an apartment complex at one time I was, and I had many associates. Most of my associates, I was always different, even though we grew up in the same environment, because we saw things differently. And I may have 20 dudes in the apartment complex who I know, but only one who I really correspond with, because he actually gets it. He sees similar to what we see. Whereas the other 18, same environment, they see things differently. So as I chat and some you this and you hard, or you don't know what you talk about, then they see what I was talking about. But we couldn't relate, even though it was the same environment, except for one person actually thought outside the box like I did and recognized that something was wrong.
Okay, so here's you may have heard me say this before, and most people don't realize this. Logic is it's a lower level of thinking. Having distinctions, and I don't want to go too much longer tonight, but here's what I'm saying. You can, if you and I are on a beach and we see a sign, a gate, and it says for the next 100 meters, you're going to be crossing a minefield. Now, you and I logically understand there are mines, and we logically can see where the field starts, and we know at the end of 100 meters, logically it ends. And we now have awareness. But none of that will help us in crossing the minefield, right? You can see that, right?
Yeah, I'm following you. Good.
So so logic will not help us in that, and neither will awareness. Now, if I say to you, hey, look, I'm trained to have distinctions, and the distinctions I'm trained in allows me to distinguish where the mines are, because I can see where the earth, even though they covered them up, there's something that happens when they cover the mines that you can actually distinguish where the mines are. And I'm also trained to dismantle the mines so they don't blow up. Will you be comfortable crossing that mine with me? And I say, look, 10 feet ahead, there's a mine. I dig it up and I dismantle it. Are you going to be comfortable crossing that minefield with me?
I give you an honest answer to that, because I tried to be honest. I couldn't really say until it actually happened, because I have to come to my own conclusion of what I'm seeing, regardless of what the other person is saying.
I understand. And if I point to another one and I dig it up, dismantle it, at what point are you going to see?
Okay, I got you now.
And at what point are you going to say, oh, damn, this guy, forget logic, this guy has something else. He's able to distinguish things. And that's not instinct. Like, I'm trained to have distinction. I'm saying that you can train a man's mind to do the same thing when you do it with women. See, you may do that naturally because your environment taught you, but you don't know how to give it to another person because you think it's just something special you have inside. But you can actually train a man to do that. You just have to give him the tools to do it.
Yeah, I agree. But first, that man must realize the obstacle. If he doesn't realize there's an obstacle there.
No, the obstacle usually is you, the human being. You create your own obstacles. I'm saying that you can train people to have distinctions, and those distinctions will defy logic. Logic won't help you. So the minefield I use is a perfect example because the way we are, when I say that you've been hacked and you have a virus in your head, that virus is like mines in a minefield. And someone says something to you and you get triggered, or a woman gets upset and cries and you're triggered and you can't, like as a man, you're helpless and you get manipulated by women because she knows where your triggers are. Those mines go off and she just walks right through your mind. And you have probably heard or seen guys kind of get used by women, right?
Yeah, I fully agree.
And
we have leaders and followers.
She knows how to exploit those minds, and her being on code allows her to do that. If you don't teach guys how to distinguish those things in a woman's behavior, he's a sitting duck. You can see that, right?
That's the thing. Most dudes that I meet, they are cool and contempt and okay with where they're at. They're really trying to go in the first. The few that I do meet who are different or exception to the rules, very few. Okay, but honestly, saying I'm not trying to go back and forth and just counter everything you're saying. I fully agree with you. I just try to keep on realistic basis that I don't think a lot of men are on the leadership road as far as self-awareness and knowing who they are as an individual and what it is they want.
That's the place to start, right? So if you don't know yourself, and there's so many things you don't even know that you don't know about yourself, and those are those minds in your own mind. So those minds go off in your mind, and you wonder why you get thrown around by people, not just women. So and that's part of the whole psychological warfare, and that's that. So now we're bringing it all full circle. This is how so many men being told to be feminine, find their feminine side. If you're masculine, you're toxic, right? All of this creates triggers in it. Now you can manipulate men like you're herding them into a corral or off a cliff, and that's what's happening with men.
I'm like a nitroglycerin. I'm subject to go off.
Well, see what then you're still being manipulated, right? So someone's controlling you to go off. And what I'm talking about,
they ain't controlling me. I'm in control of my own.
Once you go off, but see, once you go off, someone else. See, there's something called chaos theory, and you can purposely make someone go off, and it's so easy. It's so easy to control them once you do that. It's easy. No, it's easy. It's easier to control someone that you provoke. So you do it on purpose. It's a very good strategy. And so what I'm talking about is that those minds don't go off, and it doesn't matter what someone does. You stay clear on your path. Like Sean was saying, it makes it hard for someone to pull you off your path. Once you explode, you're now going to be moving in the direction that the person wanted you to move in, and you won't know it.
All I know is this reverse psychology junk these folks trying to pull ain't gonna work.
No, this is not reverse psychology. This is just psychological warfare. This is war. And if you're not armed, a gun is not going to help you. If you're not armed with the tools and weaponry and psychological warfare, you just they will use chaos to manipulate you. So, and Sean Hensley, so the next question is, how do you see that? And that comes from training. Part of it is peeling off it's peeling off the layers and the dust that society has put on you that's created blind spots that don't even allow you to see what you actually have. So
You
it's
know what
kind
I
of
think
like,
the problem is?
well, let me say this. It's in the old days they had something called alchemy. The alchemists were like the early chemists, and there were rumors, and I just need to use these rumors as an example, that an alchemist could transform lead into gold, and what they said, and that was a secret of how they did it. And the way they did it is they had to have tools. One is they had to have a flame that was so hot that it was a white hot flame. And the second thing is they needed this white substance that they would apply to the lead, and they had to move the lead in and out of the flame and continuously apply the white substance. And they did that until they burned off all the lead properties of the metal, and the only thing that was left was the essence of that metal, which was the gold. So that's an example of the kind of training. So we've been given so much stuff that have nothing to do with manhood or even being a human being. That stuff needs to burn off and then unlearn. So you'll have to reverse engineer that, unlearn it, and then acquire tools how to be able to distinguish what's happening. And as you're unlearning it, you actually are learning. You're learning how to distinguish the minds when you reverse engineer it, because you're learning how to dismantle the very things that are your triggers. And when you can dismantle your triggers, it's more difficult for someone to trigger you. What were you going to say, Samuel?
Okay, I'm just gonna speak bluntly. Like I say, I try not to say what sounds good. Not saying it's what you, because I agree with you.
Well, no,
But I've noticed.
what I just said is what I do for a profession. So I'm not.
No, I
See,
get. I'm agreeing with you. I mean, you're
these
right.
are,
You make great sense.
these are reality, right? So, and I know you said you like to be realistic. What this really is reality.
But from my experiences, though, the reason that I was usually the exception to the rule is because people knew when they was around me, there would be consequences for the actions. Meaning that even at work, when I was younger, I was still working my mentality. I was still working on it. I work on it every day, because just because you think you got under control, don't mean you start working on it. I still work on it every day to make sure
Right.
that I got myself out of trouble. When I was younger, people
Right.
knew when they was around me, certain did and said, there was consequences. Like I said, even at work, even in school, teachers knew. Come to me wrong. We didn't have World Star and the internet back then. I would slap the crap out of them. I don't care who was around. I've had teachers apologize to me for slapping them because they got in my business. I didn't get suspended or nothing. Didn't tell nobody. The thing about it, I feel when people realize there's a consequence, then they behave and react accordingly. A lot of stuff that men do and allow to happen to them because people realize there's no consequence. Meaning that I will walk away, go on about I would delete your number, I would stop talking to you. But a lot of people these days, men and women, they don't have any consequences for their actions. I think that's a big problem. It's because people are just so afraid of getting caught up or being fired from their job or being locked up, or just so much craziness going on now, where it's like anything a man does can be used against him. But when I didn't care, I had no problems from nobody. When they knew I would get on their ass, I had no problems. The second I became a gentleman, tried this stuff the right way, I had problems left and right. So I had to find a balance.
Now, when you want to move things forward, so once everyone understands there are consequences, the next level is, and so yes, consequences, right? So there are consequences, and people need to get that no matter what they do. The next level, and now so in leadership, yes, there are consequences. The next level is, how do you get people to accelerate and move forward on the road that you want them to be on?
Well,
And
that's the thing. I don't get them to do it.
That's where
I don't.
men are missing that one.
Well, see, I don't get them to do it. They must want to do it. That's why they step to me, because they want to do it, because they know I'm not going to step to them. So when
No,
they
no,
come
no,
to
no.
me, I already know
But
it's
no,
understood.
feel it. But see, if you don't have something there for them, it won't matter what they want.
No, what I have for them is me, and they want to be around me or be a part of
I
me. Otherwise,
understand.
they wouldn't have came to me.
But see, if men don't start to understand that they are in charge of building structures in society and things that elevate, move things forward, the woman will want to be there. But you, like someone said, you've got to give her a role to play, and you've got to know
That's
how
what
to
I'm saying.
do that.
I
Sorry.
agree. I fully agree with you.
But so that's a different mindset. That's different from consequences, is what I'm
I
getting at.
think the problem now is because everything is so PC. Everything is so, anything you do is second used against you. It's like people are more concerned with people can't really be themselves these days, because
But
everything is
look,
it's just so PC.
at the highest forms of leadership, they're not holding that PC the way you think. These are people who are not afraid to express themselves, and they pave and paint a road for you to follow. That's why they are in the positions they are in, and there are consequences. Now that you understand the consequences, what role do you need me to play, and how do you hold me accountable for that?
Well, see, that's one of the reasons that I say, men ask me all the time. I tell dudes, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I tell dudes all the time, the woman must choose me. My wife chose me. Over 95% of women I got in the past, they all chose me. They came to me, trying to appease to me, trying to appeal to me to get me to accept them. That's why I don't step to women unless I'm getting paid to get this bra for some other dude. But the thing about it,
I got
they
it.
must choose me.
You understand? I'm asking about leading people forward, not a woman just choosing you. So I'm talking
Meeting
about
people forward.
for leading a woman forward.
They
That
must
is,
want to be led. They must recognize that you can take them to another level. They
but
see you as just the average individual. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I will see. That's the point, right? Most guys are not trained in leadership. Just you're waiting for a woman to want that. Listen, the overwhelming majority of women want to be led, but just not by just any man.
Oh, yeah,
And
I know
so
that.
that is where you need to. A man has to show up. So, and that's why burning off all the garbage that society has dropped on you, a woman will see that you're not carrying baggage like other men. And that may be one of the things women see in you, is that you've done the work on yourself. That's one way that a man can show up and shine.
Well, women tell me a lot back in the days. They feel I look down upon them. They feel that I see them as like beneath them. But they had to be in my face to tell me that. They had to walk to me and talk to me and actually show interest in me in order to express to me. It means that even though they felt I was down in them, looking down upon them, it's something in that made them interested in me, which meant, in my opinion, that they had to step it up to talk to me. So some ain't gonna be with that. This for men. I had men come around me who was like, man, I've been wanting to talk to you, man, but they trying to figure me out. You can't figure me out. I can sit here and tell you whatever, show you whatever. That don't mean it's true or fake. You don't know. Just shoot your shot. So I think a lot of people don't know how to be themselves. They do not know how to be themselves. They know how to be how they was told to be. To me, that's a major problem.
That's the part that needs to be burned off. That's the lead that the alchemist is trained to burn off, so that what you have left is yourself instead of all the stuff that was put on you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because I cut boy off a long time this recently because I realized he was doing stuff that he knew he shouldn't be doing around me that can get me in trouble. I haven't talked to him because once I cut you off, you cut off. So It's like once these dudes understand and these women understand that you break the rules, even though I never told you the rules, certain I shouldn't have to tell you. That's another problem. People don't have a code. Now, me, I done stuff in my days that was unethical. But you know, I can't change that. I'm different now. But people already set boundaries no more just with women, but with men. And women don't set boundaries with men. Men don't set boundaries with women.
Well, that's
Like what?
this is a major reason why I talk about boundaries, because boundaries have consequences if you step out of it. And that's a major part of it. And I got that. Yeah, I that's extremely important.
Yeah, he
And
can. I mean, I can't read the
and worried
details,
about
but
being politically correct. One of the things that I know we've said this before, and I understand. There are consequences, there are boundaries. That's clear as a bell. What I'd like to do is bring this to a close. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I had no way we'd go this long. But this has been a really good conversation. You can't see the Instagram shut down, but a lot of guys came in from Instagram, like a lot. It was a lot, way more than normal. So that's why I was saying to you, and a lot of those guys were young. That's why I say they are listening. They're listening. They're sharing the message. How well they get it. Sometimes you have to repeat it, and you have to understand, how the brain works and why you have to repeat certain things over and over before people actually take it on as their own way of thinking and they own it. So you've got to sort of have some patience with that also. But as you're saying, when people see that you have something valuable, they will follow your words of wisdom. So now I'm going to ask, and I think you're still there, Kendrick. I'm asking you guys to give me your final words of wisdom, your conclusions, or final thoughts from this conversation today.
All I can say to you, people better wake up and better learn how to be productive folks.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
All right. Good enough. Thank you. Samuel, final words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. I appreciate my 5 minutes of fame here. But I just think that men need to accept reality for what it is, not for what they want it to be or to be.
Okay. We
just must accept it and understand this is what it is. We got to get out of the fairy tales and understand life is not necessarily fair, easy, or hard, but we must accept reality.
Right.
And I've been faced that. It's like I've learned to love and respect myself a lot more, because when you love yourself, you're not letting them come in and just disrupt that.
Right.
So it's men need to stop catering to these bras and worrying about sex. So sex, I mean, I can get sex right going to the QT, which I'm going in about 20 minutes anyway. But I just think men need to just accept shit for what it is and just do you. If he or she is not on your page, move on. Stop trying to fight, put in effort for something that's not being presented back to you.
Right.
Just accept it and just leave it at that. But first, you must learn yourself. Until you learn yourself, you damn sure can't try to check someone else.
Yeah.
That's my last word on it.
Perfect. Actually, and I'll take from what you said. Compatibility first must start with yourself and learning yourself, so that the actions and your aspirations are actually compatible with who you are, as opposed to you living a life that the world has told you should live. And if you are interested in a woman, in being in a relationship, aside from pump and dump, knowing yourself is going to be most important, because then you'll know exactly what to ask that woman to find out if she's compatible for you. And if she's not, you've got to, as you were saying, reality. You've got to make a decision based on the reality of what she's presenting, and not think you're going to change her or make her into a better person. And that's making those kind of tough decisions and being disciplined about them, sticking to them, is part of manhood. And those are some of the things that not just women, other men will respect and want to engage you in business and other things. So being yourself and and understanding who you are and what you out of life will take you a long way. And not being afraid to actually do the work, because your mind can be exceptionally valuable when you have it clear about the things you want to accomplish in life. So I'm going to leave it at that. You guys have been great. This was a really good conversation. All the comments, I thank everyone. And once again, Happy New Year. And I'll be back next Sunday, and we'll have another thought-provoking conversation. And until then, guys, enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll talk to you soon. Goodbye.